I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but yes, but you got it.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon, to be my spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, party. Yes, party.
And I tell you, it's another week. Another day is upon us on the Monday evening or afternoon, based on where you're joining us from. I'd like to welcome you to a brand new week, and of course, the first edition of the program Spoon Talk for this week.
And your boy, right it.
Thanks to all of you for joining us. This is Spoon Talk, Liberia's most listened to, or most followed talk show on radio and online. This is where you get the news, you get the analysis, you get to hear what Liberians are talking about. On this very show, we bring you face to face with the policymakers. You get to know exactly what the happenings are across the country. We bring you up to speed with critical national issues.
In Africa,
Spoon Talk brings you diverse views or critical analysis on the trending national issues here every single day. So I'd like to welcome all of you. Spoon Talk is back on the radio. We're live across the Spoon Network tonight on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and a host of other radio stations across the country. I'd like to welcome all of you to tonight's edition of the program Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. Thanks to all of you joining us online. We are live across social media on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We are also live on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. As we move on now to take your calls, let's hear exactly where you are, what the issues are that are of concern to you. As we always do, we get to know exactly what your thoughts are. We take your calls on the first segment of the program to know those different issues that are of concern to you. So yes, this show is loaded, a lot to talk about. Once the CEO and the rest of the team come on, you're going to get the updates, the news, the analysis, and all of that. But let's hear from you. Let's take your calls now at this point. Let's know what's on your mind. So to call in tonight, you can call 0555 101075. 0555 101075. I'll put a WhatsApp number up that you can call as well, and you'll be live on the program tonight. So thanks for joining us, all of you coming in tonight. We appreciate you, and we ask you to kindly share the show as you join us tonight. So let's take your calls on 0555 101075. That's the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program on Spoon Talk tonight. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Today I come on Josh Moba from TS0 Camp Community.
Josh Moba, you are live on the show. Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Nelson, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate the Spoon Network. Nelson, the thing on my mind, I just want to appreciate President Bwaka for his hard work. For President Bwaka, every day I'm calling. We, the family health movement, President Bwaka. Please, President Bwaka, you not forget about all, because I want all people, they say, oh, what I want to forget about. I don't want the help of family health movement, President Bwaka. And every day I'm calling, talking about family health movement. What happened, President Bwaka, is talking about all? Because family health movement love you so much.
Thank
because
you.
I message every day, putting money, I want to call to, we are calling who say anything little spoon or all radio station because every day we call it on spoon all radio station to talk about family health for me. Because President Boka, you told us Tabitha will know. He said that just family health will make you present and shut a show. But President Boka, you forget about all.
Thank you.
Down. I know like people love it and family health no love it so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075 is the number to call this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening to friends family and good evening to my loving people in the Republic of Liberia and good evening to Dr. Ricky C. Institute there and good evening to Staten Waterspoon, the CEO of Network and the Brain People Radio Station. Especially good evening to UNESC collecting.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
I'm Alfonso A.F. Camara. I do join this conversation this evening for my peaceful resident to be perceived transformer community.
Yes, Alfonso, you have 30 seconds. Please go to the point, sir. What's on your mind?
Training issue how to deal with the Nimba County politics.
Okay.
And just any campaigns and the messages preached by our political actors and impressing the bar president Jeremiah Kun, also Samuel Koga, their campaign messages were traveling, were divisional, were religious leaking, and then Musa Belete make a statement to say if we win the senatorial election or we surface to presidency, we will make Labrador to be an Islamic state nation. He is not wrong. He has a right to opinion. Labrador does not belong to no religion. Labrador is a secular state. Everyone has the way, practice the way and practice the religion of their church. Christians in Labrador believe that Labrador is a Christian nation. No to that. Meanwhile, you know the story. Call the declaration independent was signed in the party. Okay, you're the Christian. No.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there. You've exhausted your 30 seconds. Another person. Hello, your name and where you call from quickly. Yeah, you want to go straight to the point, sir. What's on your mind?
On my mind. Spoon. When you look at spoon, the sample that spoon get, and that represents spoon. The manager was spoon, she now very recognize. Take a spoon, sample now represents spoon. When you read the spoon, fair, you can do what spoon there. So
thank you.
To change that sample.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's
hello.
Yes, let's hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I only want to tell President Baga not put him to be there to now they also support the country because nothing is good for everybody is crying.
Thank you.
So we need to do a job.
Thank you, sir. Hello. James, welcome to the show. Hello, your name and where you call from? Take this. 0555-101075 is the number to call and you'll be live. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This is Give. I'm calling from the Bourgeois Island.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
My brother, thank you so much for the topic. I want to appreciate the governor in person of Robert here. He are doing extremely well. If you read to the offices, they are revamping our place. If you read it, you can't even make all the place. Man, I changed the yellow glasses to sliding glasses. So I want to commend you for the effort I applied to the town hall, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's hold you there and take another person. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
My name is Kebe.
Kebe, what's in your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind has to do with it, something very bush. The water always gets all happen here. And one Nigerian made a for 20 lawa by confused some people. They came black all the juniors on the area here. So we were very appealing to the government to come and see into everything so we can suffer from water this year. Please, I take it soon.
You said Johnsonville community?
Yeah, when you come from Java market, the first bush. They make black all the juniors, they make it do the work in the net. When you hold it there, I think that they can do their work. We go see there and then you can send people here tomorrow and can't see the I live right to the video. When they watching the car.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Daniel Pay from Car 40.
Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to encourage my people from Nimba.
Mm-hmm.
Let them be kind and go through the process tomorrow. Because they all are the same Nimba. And one person win is victory for the other people. Nobody should be any kind of disturbance there. Nobody should be in problem in that place there. Let us be united and serve the right way.
Thank you very much for your input.
You.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, you guys see.
This is Nelson.
Nelson.
Go ahead.
Evening. This is Ben.
Go ahead.
Oh, you guys see the fight and for debunking or grade in Nimba County that Samuel Koga not introduce any bill. 13 years now he says they are not introducing any bill. But today the fact checker manager that they may introduce 2 bills. So then he start carrying lying around. He was there, nothing developed people. So then he found people saying that or he point fan in time again Qatar fan all right because nobody green power in the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075 is the number to call and you'll be live. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello, please go ahead. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah,
you're
hello?
live. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Joseph from Tishweteri in Nimba County.
Joseph, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, we tell his family thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We just pray. Now you have to pray with us tomorrow. All the people that have been living from Monrovia or living from so come here. You know, our day will get a result. I will know who Nimba County. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Jerry. I'm calling from Duboro.
Jerry, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Tonight, I don't have much on my mind, but it's so important, even though my prayer for tomorrow by election in Lima is calling all Limanians to please go vote for the favorite leader, which is Mana Ide Gomoro. I'm praying, I'm not posting them, but I'm currently asking them to go to the pool tomorrow quietly and catch them. No matter, no, intimidate them, let them go quietly and do their intelligent vote and come outside with the material. Now,
thank you very much for your input. This person, hello, you are live. Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, we lost that person. Let's take this one. Hello. Yes, we are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, but what I want no more on the they know with them just put my money for my account.
Oh, from the game, the radio game?
Yeah, on the radio game, he just put my money for my account. I want to see that they just took the money for my account. One lender with them.
You know, yeah. So I don't know, but that's something that you know, I don't know what to say, but
the name is ENCOR RLLIAM. No, William.
Sorry about the situation. Sorry about that. Okay. It's always important to be mindful of how you do transactions on your phone and all of that. But thank you, we appreciate, and sorry for the unfortunate situation. Yeah. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
This is Lion Trawale calling from Ganda City.
Yeah, Trawale, go ahead.
First of all, I should acknowledge that in the show in Nimba, we should know that there's a 6th tribe in Nimba. The other day when the CEO asked you, you said 3. You even said 2. Only 2, you know.
Who said 2?
You.
No.
On the show when CEO asked you how many tribes in Nimba that make Nimba.
And
Instead of saying 6, he said 2.
I wasn't on the show at the time. Maybe it was
Okay,
Yekezi
anyway,
or so.
sorry if that is
Yeah.
if I'm allegation against you, so sorry. But now I'm praying. My prayer is Ellen Shelley, our former president, who made 12 years, can go and campaign for Madam Eden Gonglo Way. It means we are on track.
Okay.
So I'm praying that tomorrow, my people that hear District 1, District 2, District 7, District 6, District 9, they should try by all means if we want really, really changes.
Thank you.
There's a lady that
No, the campaign is over, so you're not
Thank
using.
you, my man. You did not do that campaign, and now you want
Campaign
to do it.
over. So just
Yeah,
encourage
man.
people to go for that one here.
Hello.
Campaign over. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Father, today I call on the spoon, shoot today. So this Hamidu V. Kemakai, and I call you from the Clanton community.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. So hopefully by tomorrow in Nimba County, the people they are going to vote their choice, and I believe they are going to choose the rightful person who will fight for them and who will fight for Liberia also. So we wish them good luck and prosperity.
Thank you very much.
We also asking them for the peace because the people there, are building up in Nimba County. We ask them to continue, with that peace there.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes. Hello, you are live.
Okay, I'm people calling from Congoton Pazo. I want to give a short advice to my Nimba County people.
Go ahead.
I don't want this election to divide us. Don't continue to show love. Go tomorrow and vote whosoever you believe and are capable of controlling that county. Go there and go vote in a peaceful manner. There should be no trouble. Love it. I know the kind of love we got for each other. I don't make different people to penetrate our country and have or doing other things. So that's a short advice I'm going to give to my.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, you're live from the WhatsApp. Let's hear you.
Hello, Lesson Colette. How you doing?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to speak more on the call for the US. I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Is the rescue spoon or spoon for the nationwide?
If spoon is for the rescue team or for the nationwide?
Yes.
How do you look at spoon to be?
Or for the nationwide?
How you look at spoon to be?
What do you think?
I think that's spoon for the rescue team because they cover the rescue. Like the vice president, they cover his campaign, but they don't cover the other people. Why?
Maybe you didn't follow up on all of the activities. But spoon is everywhere. Spoon is the Liberian People's Network.
Bro,
but again, we respect what your views are and all of that. Everyone is entitled to their own views, their opinions, and we appreciate and respect that. Thank you so much, sir. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
My name is Mo, calling from Coca-Cola Factory.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. What's on my mind is Brentwell, my representative. So they formula, and that is with my man Bruce Mesa. You see, District 6 and District 7, they are connected on our Sanaye road. Last year, we faced problem with the road. Our road were bad. It was only put it up, walk cross right and go and put it on our road. That was gate. It is access to our people to go in Sanaye district, and the road is coming. Go on that road is getting ratty. Remember, you have 75% of that road in your district. And also, for the family had about 25% on his side, where to have access to our capital city. So I'm speaking to two of them. You and Fode, your ghetto, your great Sanoye, the road is there. Our people suffering. From Totota to go Sanoye, people charging of $500. So they didn't have one when we be in August or September. The people can be going when they come into Totota for small things, they spend all their money on the way there. That's why we vote for good leadership. For the formula, so we are people less than 25%.
Thank you very much for your input.
You're not doing nothing to that place.
Thank
you. Bengal road, you follow that road. The road is rotting. we suffering.
Thank you very
I'm talking
much.
to my two representatives to face our role.
Let's
I'm from that district.
hold.
I'm from Sanoye. I'm from Boye. My name is Mo Bobo.
Okay, Mo Baba, thanks a lot. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you and clear. Now, good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Seku for one is money into budget for your plan fee.
Okay.
Next, let me say that my attention are drawn to the by election tomorrow in Nimba. I wish the people of Nimba can they go tomorrow. Let them be careful. Let the election be peaceful. But if no one more honor estimate that will I have problem with my government, more especially the Unity Party or the Unity Party Angle. Next, he will praise equity Mokan with doing here. Yesterday, we frankly on President we say that the creating by election. Country is losing money. If the Kuka were not by now, the constitutional right for him to run. But for they suppose get now for the executive is very unfortunate. With no business as usual. How you know suppose you know about the 100% my bro, 2004 up to 2000 up to 2023 that you know about the above voting for. But if they count to support of Kuka, I don't in support of Unity Party.
Okay.
I don't support the Unity Party. So they think what they do, they now call for and also our vice president, you support the twins mother in Nimba country. You the one the father of Nimba people. Then
Thank
you supporting one sort of now and President Boka can say this. And I think that may get political future counter to now. That's
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah. Good evening. This is Gabriel Duo.
Gabriel, please go ahead quickly. 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. See, exam water spoon for everybody, for elaborate people. It's not the asset do then that on the platform when go do good they will not talking when too bad they will say okay. Example everybody the man want for coming to the best thing. So he created everybody that one thing. I think that man maybe not for the show me more about in here that what can listen to it. But every time I make it create a comment. So don't say man for the man for the I want and I think you speaking the truth. Thank you.
Okay, let's hold you there. Hello.
Hello, Correspondent.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live.
Yeah, I'm calling on the Executive.
What's on your mind?
And while my mom been calling Mr. Waterspoon, I'm begging him, please. I think he hearing me, and yourself you can help. You see, when radio station, I've been more listening to it mean that everybody needs you for that radio station. So seeing Mr. Waterspoon now as the angel of light, then he play a major role by staying away from all political parties and neutral men.
Okay.
I will keep on calling. My name is calling from SD Kuporo.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
Hello, Leslie.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hi, my name is James Cody. I'm joining from my Congo Town resident this evening.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my attention has been drawn to the Nimba County by-election, and I'm urging everyone to go out the food tomorrow for T40 and make sure that you leave from the center. Don't.
Hello.
Be important for us, and also to the representative for district 10, you are not even going through the process. I heard in the last time on Spoon Talk in talking about the government is using finance to influence the election. Why are you scared for? Why are you crying so early? Is it that probably the other way that why you complaining that the government tries to steal the election? So I'm telling you, let you be patient. If you know why they've been doing that, you shouldn't be bothered.
Thank you.
The result will see for itself.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you tonight for joining us. I see the CEO has joined in. Let's take this person. Hello.
Mr. Nelson, how you doing, sir?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You're the final caller now.
My topic is concerning about the same press about the country.
The same pack?
Same press.
Okay.
Since CDC time, the same press go up to $25. They now want to come down. And this same business giving our people hard time. The same press continue to increase more than to be increasing.
one truckload of sand today to satisfy which is says there that $150.
Okay.
The driver can have you $60 to go and this will be your loan. So what government can come on and tell the Chinese people to bring the centers down? When Chinese men making $1 million for the same in our water from Liberia, they are not bringing for China, they're not bringing for Europe, the
Thank
same
you.
from here.
Thank you.
What the government want to see about the centers? So we should continue the day.
That's a great concern. Thank you very much. I hope the authority is listening and they can address that issue. They want the same price to go down. Father, I see the CEO has joined us. CEO, welcome. And James, is it from you?
Yeah, it's from James, man. Don't do that, James. You are disturbing our show. Who
What I
brought you here
did?
today?
What I did?
You playing with your equipment.
Something is dropping.
No, he just playing with stuff here and there. James, stop, man. Don't. James, today is a very important day. Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Don't touch anything.
I'm not even getting
When
what
you
you're
want
saying,
to, when you want to
I'm
come on the
free.
show, don't touch anything, please. You are very suspect in disruption. You are saboteur. Yeah, don't do this. Won't believe you. Go look for your Musa Benete and you're going to do your thing. That's it, Jim. Why you put Musa and President Donald Trump picture up?
I just want to let Trump know about Musa's intention.
Okay, let me the young man go. You're thinking about me. Don't go like, bro. You're flying with stuff from the airport.
Where?
Okay, try and say where. You watch and see. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the voice of Prophet Key, welcome to another edition of the Spoon Talk. This is going to be big today. Big, big, big. Listen, we got so many information coming your way. I'm here just in the next few seconds. James will be going to cook the McGee. And Nelson Colette, I don't know who brought Nelson in today, but want to say thanks to all of you. Because of your contribution, the guys are in Nimba. James, we got Damon. Who all went Nimba? James, Damon and who? Damon, two other guys with the reporter from Nimba, right?
Yeah, Keshi.
Jurassic and Keshi.
Oh, so he took 3 individuals with him. And to all those that send their contribution, we really, really, really appreciate you. Seriously, I do, because you know what? Your contribution means a lot. And we really want to say again, yes, continue to say your contribution. We will tap into others. The Oman and all. I just spoke to my Rebecca Cassell. She said, I'm going to send my own cash app. Can you send me the cash app information? Yeah, I said, yeah, Oman. You know, we send a shout out to my Rebecca Cassell. All right, so Dama is in Nimba County. Yekezi is in Nimba County. You said Jurassic, right?
Yeah,
Jurassic. They are coordinating with the crew in Nimba for them to give you nothing but the best on election day tomorrow, right? We will be speaking of Dama. We asked Dama on the ground, the terrain. Can you reach out to Dama? Good day. We don't have enough time, but we're going to send a shout out. You know, this is a big day for the Catholic Church, a very sad day. The passing of the Pope. We want to announce on the show the passing of Pope Francis. Pope Francis passed on this morning after the Easter Mass yesterday, Easter Monday. The Pope passed at the age of 88. At the age of 88. Again, to all of our Catholic brothers and sisters out there, we want to remember this day, Pope Francis, George Mario Bergoglio. Again, we want to say to all of our Catholic brothers and sisters, you know, we received the sad news today that the Pope passed on. And now, we're going to, you know, play some of the videos, you know, the passing of the Pope when it was announced. But we're just going to remember, wherever you find yourself watching Spoon, I believe you are somehow connected to folks, someone from the Catholic Church that you know. So through this very, very sad time, we want to remember the passing of the Pope, and we want to stand with you through this sad time. So as I said, probably you just waking up. We like to announce that we receive information worldwide on all the network, on all the news outlets that Pope Francis from the Vatican, Pope Francis passed on, and we like to remember this time. As per the tradition, you understand that these things happen from, they will find themselves a new Pope. We will take this moment to stand with you through your bereavement. And we want to say to all of you again, thank you for joining Spoon. Both Spoon as a network, we take this time to remember Pope Francis. We're just going to go gradually to show you some of the very important moments Pope Francis met the president, Jose Yamabuaka, as you all remember. At the time, the president went to the Vatican, and the Pope and the president, the Liberian president, our president, Jose Yamabuaka, met the Pope. They had a wonderful conversation, and it was a good thing, actually, that the president met the Pope. So to those of you, we want to say to all of our Catholic, all of our Christians, brothers and sisters, that have come to know the Pope and fall in love with him and his leadership, like you can see when he met the Pope, President Jose Yamabuaka. So we were represented through the president. And also the Speaker J. Funati Kofa, went along with the president and he met the Pope also. This is Speaker Kofa, the president and his team on the way to meet Pope Francis. This morning, Pope Francis passed on. So in this regard, wherever you find yourself, we want to remember that. Now, yesterday's service, we're going to show this real quick. When Pope was carried on Easter Sunday Mass. Let's play.
E grazie per tutto quello che avete fatto. Grazie a lei, sei così forte. Quando comandano le donne, le cose vanno. Grazie e grazie a tutti voi. Prego per voi. Per favore, fatelo per me. Grazie. Grazie. Fratelli e sorelle, buona Pasqua. Benedicat vos, omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
So as you can see, again, we want to recognize all of our Catholic brothers and sisters that follow Spoon in Liberia and outside of Liberia. And I want to say to you our condolences, and we pray that the Spirit of God remains. I also like to add to this program, when the announcement came up this morning.
Con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco. Alle ore 7:35 di questa mattina, il Vescovo di Roma Francesco è tornato alla casa del Padre. La sua vita tutta intera è stata dedicata al servizio del Signore e della sua Chiesa. Ci ha insegnato a vivere i valori del Vangelo con fedeltà, coraggio e amore universali, in modo particolare a favore dei più poveri ed emarginati. Con immensa gratitudine per il suo esempio di vero discepolo del Signore Gesù, raccomandiamo l'anima del Papa Francesco all'infinito amore misericordioso di Dio uno e trino. Grazie.
That's the announcement that came forth this morning from the Vatican City. And again, to all of you joining us, we're going to play exactly what about to happen. Since the Pope passed, they must find a new Pope. And the different step we're going to take. We're going to take this time to ready again, remember Pope Francis. And we also want to say, to God be the glory, because our president, Jose Yemambuaka, represented the Liberian people when he paid a visit to the Pope. The president and the speaker of Funati Kofa represented the Liberian people. And after these photos laid out, we're going to show you exactly the next step. Okay, so let's go to the next video. You can find this video online. What comes next? As we remember Pope Francis.
The Vatican has elaborate procedures for everything. This includes the death of a pontiff. When he dies, the first person to be notified is the Camerlengo. The Camerlengo of the Holy Roman Church is a cardinal, but he also has important managerial duties. The Camerlengo oversees the Vatican property and revenues. He's also responsible for the formal determination of death. He will stand over the Pope's body and call his name 3 times. The Camerlengo uses the Pope's baptismal name. When there's no response, the Pope is pronounced dead. There's no autopsy or post-mortem. The Vatican does not allow it. A death certificate is written. Then the Camerlengo seals the papal apartments. It was once done to prevent looting by the cardinals. Nowadays it's done to secure the Pope's will. The Camerlengo then takes off the papal ring. It's called the Ring of the Fisherman, or the Piscatory Ring. Catholics who meet the Pope kiss his ring as a show of devotion. The Camerlengo cuts the ring with a pair of shears. This is witnessed by other cardinals. The cutting of the ring symbolizes the end of the late Pope's authority. It's also done to prevent document forgery. The Pope uses his signet ring as a stamp. Now comes the time to inform the world of the pontiff's passing. There's a specific list of people who must be informed first. They include the Cardinal Vicar, who heads the Diocese of Rome. Then, there's the Dean of the College of Cardinals. He will share the news with all the other cardinals. The ambassadors of the Holy See are informed next. There are dozens of diplomatic missions all over the world. The heads of nations will also be informed. Previously, it was their job to tell the rest of the world. Today, the public finds out about the Pope's death much quicker. The Holy See can do nothing about the 24-hour news cycle. The papal funeral must take place between the 4th and 6th days after death. However, the late Pope is celebrated for 9 consecutive days. The Pope plans much of his own funeral. He leaves instructions for the Camerlengo to execute. The process of electing a new Pope is always the same. It doesn't matter if the previous one died or retired. 15 days after the death of the Pope, the College of Cardinals begins conclave. Conclave is the Vatican electoral process. The word literally means with a key in Latin. The cardinals are locked into the Sistine Chapel. They have no access to the outside world. This is to prevent outside influence over the vote. All cardinals under the age of 80 are eligible to vote in the conclave. Interestingly, even excommunicated cardinals can vote. On the first day of the conclave, the cardinals have Mass. Then they head into the Sistine Chapel. They take an oath to obey the conclave rules. On the first day, the cardinals take their first vote. For a cardinal to be elected Pope, he must receive at least 2/3 of the vote. The cardinals continue to meet each day until this vote is reached. After each vote, the ballots and any notes are burned. The smoke from the burning ballots is somewhat iconic. It informs the public of the conclave's result. Black smoke means there hasn't been a 2/3 majority. White smoke means a new...
There you have it. There you have it. So, folks, again, we take this time to remember the passing of the Pope and all of our Catholic brothers and sisters out there. We want to say our deepest condolences as you go through this time of bereavement. And again, I want to appreciate you all for this production. Thank you very much. We will remember Pope Francis as he passed on this morning. Thanks. Yep, James. Thank you. Nelson Collette, thank you. We can now move on to all of our other stories. To all of you there, continue to share the show. We appreciate your time. As you always join us, that we can have a wonderful show. I really appreciate your time today, and we hope you are doing much better and we can have this conversation together. We got a lot to discuss. The Nimba election is coming up. We get the JMB trip. Jose Yemabwaka took a trip to Ghana for the ECOWAS summit. He made some adjustment in his trip. He left today and he should be back Wednesday. Again, the president makes some adjustment in his trip. He left today, but not on private jet, on Kenya Airway. We'll bring you the information. They expect a Supreme Court ruling. What is at stake? We understand there was a big meeting here today. Some members of the Supreme Court are against a big meeting. Was held today. Some member of the Supreme Court, they are still trying to patch everything. Look at the languages, the wording. What is this for? What is that for? They're trying to put everything together. I don't know, but just after the election from Nimba, boom, we enter into the Supreme Court. Can you imagine? Just after the election, boom, we enter into the Supreme Court. And that will be the big, you know what? All right. The election result will still be coming in. No announcement yet from the National Election Commission. What are you going to be Koga? What are you going to be Edith? What are you going to be guys in Mag? Oh yeah, but Mag, political leader left town, right? Okay. What are you going to be Mag Blewion? What are you going to be Tembe, Fangalo, and everybody? Dr. Gompu. Again, guess what happened? We can tell you that the GAC put out reports today, folks. You don't need to sleep. The GSC put out the report today, 19. Audit report, 19. I'm only interested in 3. I'm only interested in this 3. All the other one, we can talk about it later. But yeah, you still got a Freeport. Now listen to this report, right? Compliance audit of the Cargo Tracking Node System CTN agreement between the National Port Authority NPA and Global Tracking and Maritime Solution Incorporated for the period of July 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2024. 2, compliance audit of the Destination Inspection Agreement between the Government of Liberia and Medtech Scientific Limited for the period of July 1st, 2022 to October 31st, 2024. 3, compliance audit of the supplementary payroll system of the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs for period ending March 31st, 2024. Now, NPA, if you go through this thing, the talk about National Port Authority payroll system, it's online, my people. It's right there online. I just want you to understand that we will be discussing this today. And also, if we do have time, we're going to bring in the LACC. The LACC. You know this thing? We've been going up and down with what the president is doing with this guy. But that's the issue here. James, can you give me the members of the commissioner on LTA, where you're going to find Abdullah Kamara, and you're going to find Ben Fofana, Patrick Honda, Clarence Masakwe, and our own sister Angela. I think that's his name. But they are 5, right? But Abdullah Kamara spoke. Abdullah Kamara is in the France in this one. Abdullah Kamara took the money under the George Manawia government. His only argument, I took the money from under George Manawia government. So don't hold me responsible. I'm a clean man under this government. I stole the Liberian people money. Joey gave me the money. If I mean Joey, I mean his government. I didn't do what I was told to do. I used the money, but I used the money on Unity Party. So with that whole water, though, with that argument, whole water, I mean, this guy, man, come on, take a look at him. With that argument, whole water, it's just kind of crazy what President Bwaga is hanging with him. We're going to discuss that. We're really going to discuss that. Now, you can say whatever thing you want to say, but this is phone talk, We come out swinging because this is who we are. I mean, LRRC, National Road Fund. Go and look at the LACC report, the first quarter report. Go take a look. Folks, do you think the president is seriously fighting corruption? I'm asking you, though. I mean, you can say your own and I can say my own. But, you know, the president decided to skip the private jet. I heard that the president say he will not fly private jet because of the constraint in the country. The country is so high, and because network would beat on him, so he will be flying by Kenya Airways. So once we announced that the president was supposed to travel on Tuesday on private jet, the plan was changed, and the president now. So today, James, you are disturbing the show, James. You're gonna today. The president flew on Kenya Airways today. The president, Mama Kabirite, Samuel Kofi Woods, Modi Kambara, and all of them, you know, Sarah Besler, Yanti, all of them, you know, the president got in the Kenya Airways, you know, yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, and the president flew out of the country at 10, and he will be back, by the way, Wednesday, Shapiko, the president will be back. The president was in Liberia for the landmark ruling, the historical ruling. Jay, you can disrupt the show now. Compose yourself.
No, I won't ask you about the president's trip. I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, but compose yourself now. I'm doing all the layout, and you gave me face here and there. I thought you're a professional journalist, Jay. You can do that, bro. Yeah, I thought that was Binta Ability say you're not professional. You know Binta Ability? That most ability sister from New York. But again, I want to say that we send a shout out to Binta Ability. That's our own sister right there. But I want to say to all of you, right? It's really important to know that we are getting there. All right? What happened in Nimba? The first story today will be coming your way. We're going to go back to the phone line. But where is Nelson? Nelson Colette, why you run away from us? Nelson Colette, it's too early for you to go sleep, my friend.
No, I'm making adjustments, sir. I'm making a
I beg you, make an adjustment. It's too early for you to go sleep, Nelson. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, though. Here we are with all the zigzag. You know, we're going to be having Uncle Sam. We're going to be having our correspondent Gray coming. All of our sisters will be on. One or two or three of them, I don't know. We're going to be having all the good people joining us today for us to have a great show. We must have a great show. We will talk about Nimba Kwado. Listen, did you reach out to our friend and brother, Damo Snanger? We got Damo ready? Guys, I'm not hearing you guys.
We will get him.
That's
yeah, we are. No, I was saying we established contact with him shortly.
Shut the established contact. We're getting a little talk. If we're not working and say we will establish contact with him shortly. So we're gonna go back to the phone line, right? Yeah. You're not gonna say anything today.
I'm gonna ask you.
No. We gotta go back to the phone line. I'm just giving the people the layout. That James. James, listen. On behalf of the Librarian people, let's go ahead. So wherever we play this music, right, it just take our mind back to Liberia and we get in Zigo. They kind of music put us in Zigo for the show. Okay? I don't get into Zigo easily. So wherever you're joining us from, continue to share the show. This music put us in Zigo. Okay? Again, we will open the phone line, my friend. Not yet. I know you guys are calling, but I want you to listen to this. Now, this is a crude music, right? We are playing this music for the Chief Justice. I heard that she's a crude woman. Is that true, James? Is she crude? Is she Brasano?
I can't confirm.
Nelson, is that true? What's her name? Her name is Chief Justice Sienna Yo Snow, right?
I know about Yo.
Oh, Snow is not. Oh my man, let me mind this now.
I know.
I see her probably won't bring it.
I know about Sienna Yo. I did something like that. Yeah.
But when I'm trying to understand what's going on here.
No, I don't know.
What's her full name?
I think Chief Justice Shannon Yo. But I don't know if.
So it stopped to Yo?
Yeah, I don't know if Snow is attached at the end.
Okay. So what the other thing I've been hearing? Why would Snow not be attached?
I don't know.
That's
the penis say we in love, bro.
I think we can place a call to Senator Snow to ask him. Her name is Sianen Yo. Yeah.
No. I'm sure. I know we're gonna be going to the phone line, but there's somebody helping. I thought her name was Sianen Yo Snow. No.
Why? Why would she carry Snow? Are they married?
But and I said, no, Jim, don't get me in a situation yet. We will be having a good show, by the way. But can somebody help me? I really want to know. I think it's a fair question, right, Nancy? That's what I'm hearing you.
The question, yeah, maybe the question fair.
No. Good. Is it a wrong question? Is it a bad question? Then we should forget it, because I thought all this time I could have called a woman by her last name, Mr. Snow.
Are they married?
Well, this is she's Gribble.
Are they married?
But I'm asking you a question. You asked me a question. Can we ask a question yet? Can somebody? You guys are journalists now. Can you help me with an answer yet?
We just call her name.
But see, in this case, even the journalists don't have the answer yet. So,
we just call her name. No Snow to her name.
Okay, so her name is Chief Justice Yenayo.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. I just asked
she had snow yesterday, but today there's no snow.
No snow. Okay. So Chief Justice Yenayo, let's play music for her.
I really wanted to ask you.
Snow, remember way back. Now you can't interrupt our show. Why you can't have your own show from Poland? Show from Poland. Stop. So my thing is that we're gonna leave this one because I don't want to be held in contempt. I don't want to be in no trouble. I thought it was a fair question, but thank you guys for helping me. Since I didn't know, at least you guys helped me. We'll be dedicating this song to the entire Supreme Court, all of them. Justice Bese, Justice Kaba, Justice Johnson, Justice Wolokoli, and Justice Yo. We start right there, Yo. That'll fire. So let's go ahead. Let us play this in Polos and Zico, and now we move on to the phone line.
Old folk song, man. All right. We're going to be going to the phone line. It's time for you to call. Briefly, we'll be going to the phone line then because we got a jam-packed topic. We're going to go right into it. Again,
put you in Zico and get you ready, get your popcorn, get your soda, get your Kool-Aid, get anything you want to get and sit back and relax. Let's take some phone calls. Hello, hello, hello. Yellow, your name and where you joining us from? Their Excellency, how you doing, sir?
Let me explain something to you. Come tomorrow. Coca is the next senator because guess what? What happened? You know why? Because the CDC didn't pay the cars right. So I'm happy anyway. So Coca is our next senator. We will move on from this entire ordeal, and the country, the people of Nimba will come together. Then we can take it to the next level. But come tomorrow, Wednesday morning. Coca will be our next senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Their Excellency. Who we got on the line? Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, so let's take this person. Hello,
your name and where you joining us from? I'm taking few from here. Then we'll go to you, Nelson, please.
Okay.
Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Alfred Cowboy, and I call you from Minnesota.
Alfred, talk to us real quick, sir.
Yeah, what's on my mind has to do with the passing of the Pope. And sometimes it kind of baffles me. Anyway, may his soul rest in peace. But it baffles me when I hear people calling a mortal man his holiness. I believe that there is only one holy one, which is the Lord Jesus Christ. I don't know why they call him his holiness. I believe we are saved only by his grace. So no one should be called his holiness other than Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much, my friend. Are you Kobo, he going, I want to ask you whether he's a Catholic person, but hey, it is what it is. So folks, again, let's take more call. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, and how you doing?
Thank God all is well, my friend.
Thank God. The next senator tomorrow will be Honorable Koga, but let me use your platform to tell the Liberian government thank you very much for the road leading from Secular Pier to Tapeta and to Grand Jida. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? Your name again?
My name is Emmanuel, and I call from North Carolina.
Talk to us, Eva.
I call in respect to the election in Nimba County, right? CDC had tried everything, use their propagandists to see how best they can divide the Nimba. But I got news for them. Koga will beat them. Koga will beat them, and the people of Nimba County will stick together. That's the reason why they brought that propaganda to say that Key insulted the Madingo because they are trying so much to destroy. But Joshua, you feel it, brother. Thank you, Satan.
Again, we say thank you to you as well. Thank you very much. We're going to go to the phone line. Let me take this one. Can you hear me? Nelson, something just came up on my page.
Yes, sir.
Your name and where you joining us from, please?
Yeah, good evening from my end. I'm John here, and I join you from to Representative Richard Nambekun. You know, we are expecting the Supreme Court ruling on Wednesday. It's my understanding, I speak as a Nigerian though, it's my understanding that it's going to grant on Thursday, where the Constitution provides free movement for every Liberian, which we as Nigeria can guarantee. But if the Supreme Court rules in simpler terms that Richard Kun is not Speaker of Liberia, he should be warned not to propose himself as Speaker if he goes to Swahili. It's not a threat, it's a warning.
All right, thank you very much. Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from, please.
I'm Stephen Gorter, and I'm calling you from Delaware. I just want to urge our people tomorrow in Nimba County to be peaceful while they go to the pool to elect the next senator would be Samuel Coleman Coker is the next senator of Nimba County. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. All right, let's take this one. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, Chief Nathan here. Kentucky.
Talk to us, my friend.
Yeah. Then tomorrow, Wednesday morning, Koga will be next senator because seriously, they are due payment money that day. It's 16,000 you no different money then until they collect different due payment. Before they can get either money. So no money there now.
Thank you very much for your call in. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, hello. My friend, you got to talk into the phone. Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm calling from St. Louis, Missouri.
What's your name?
My name is Ahaji Fofana.
Mr. Fofana, talk to us, please.
Yes, I'm calling from St. Louis. My name is Ahaji Fofana. Yes.
Your name and where you joining us from?
Santa, how are you?
I'm good. Your name, please.
My name, Suri Kuyata, I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Talk to us, my friend.
I talk about the election tomorrow. I wish our Coca to win the election tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and thank you for calling.
All right.
Yep. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, Opa, it's Sonny. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Yes, Sonny, talk to us.
Yes, I want to say Ilo Gongo well all the way. And the Supreme Court, if Funaki Kofa is the speaker, I know the government need to give all the power back to him. May God bless her. The Nimba people go and vote freely.
Thank you.
And fair election. Amen. Thank you, Opa.
Thank you. All right, your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, CEO, how you doing? Snake Carter from Massachusetts.
Talk to us, my friend.
CEO, anything that is associated with the political party called ANC, politically, is dead. So since it is not going anywhere, Koga will take the day. Mark that word. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so that's in the mess of my market. I don't know what. Take it to the banger. Oh. All right. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, CEO, this is Ryan calling. I'm calling you from Waterloo, Iowa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, CEO, my greater regret is the opposition did not do just the bigger opposition CDC, they should have thrown, they have went from the beginning. They are home, but they said they're going to put 2-3 hands. That was not right for her, and she best to put it there wholeheartedly from her camp. But they did not do good, so the opposition will lose. The ruling party going to win, Koga going to win. And no cheating will be there. I don't want to lie to you. There will be no cheating. The opposition did not do no good for all the 3 candidates that are running.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Your name and where you joining us from? I'll take 2 more now, so then we'll come to you. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Yeah, this is Moses Sandy. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Moses, welcome to the show. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. Stanton, I think your show is evident of what's going to happen tomorrow. The people of Nimba County are resolved to elect Samuel Koga to be the next senator of Nimba County, and this is solely because the CDC first tried to play a very dangerous game. They were hiding their hands and got the woman out there all by herself. Then they put 2 agents alongside with her who were Garrison Yellow and the other guy, Mark Leon. Unfortunately for them, since that strategy was not holding, they exposed themselves. And Nimba don't like to see anything associated with GDC. So now they've been exposed. So
Thank you.
People are going to make a decision.
Thank you. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Beatrice. I'm joining from Minnesota.
Yeah, my B, talk to us.
Yeah, we told you our mom went and put herself between so witchcraft, so bad of people. They can't come back. The other voices and I know as far as
Stop calling people witchcraft and man B. Please. Man B, stop calling people stop calling people witchcraft. Just to your own.
Yeah, they can't come back. Then what will do for you? They will not even give you no number. But our mom was still meeting right with her after the election. We started thing. And Nimba County team.
Okay.
We love her.
Thank you, Mama. Thanks. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yes, Stanton.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm calling to participate on the show.
You on the show already. Talk to us, please.
Okay, I just want to let United Party people that cry all on the show to know that Coca vote will be divided into 4 pieces. They got 4 or 5 dear people in this election. You get that at the back of your mind. You get that. You stop crying. CDC this, CDC that. You should be thinking how you vote divided already. If CDC took bad decision, CDC should be worried about it. Now you think about your candidate. If you sure that your candidate going to win, hold on. They're not already great. Why you worried? And then they're talking about also, they say, they told everybody and carry them to Nimba CDC. That CDC, you see CDC, put a candidate in the election. They're supporting civic candidates. Even that's their decision.
Thank
so
you.
Our we will watch that vote. The way and after dividing money, it will not what we will sleep out tonight. So the person
Where you at? Where you at right now? Where are you right now?
No, that's what I mean. I'm close to you. I'm close to you.
You said you were asleep up to now, but where in America sleeping up?
I just want for pressure on you. They find for somebody here for CDC. Why you get problem in your candidate and you get followed by no devil or what? You should do all that person. You shouldn't be speaking that out of my I beg you.
So you're from Lawrenceville. I will find you. Bye. I didn't know your name and where you're from. You're from Lawrenceville, right after Trenton. I will find you. Okay, so we want to say a lot of stuff is going on, folks. We will be getting on the show for this one. Let's go to Liberia. Nimba Kwado. Dama, welcome to the show. We're going to go right back to Liberia. My sister Angeline Gali. Angeline, where have you been? I mean, what you call him? The giant. Ask for the giant Gali kept you away. Where? Hey, I don't put myself in trouble again. Angeline, where have you been? Well, let's bring in Nelson Collette. Nelson, let's take some calls from Liberia.
Yeah, so let me take some calls from here now. This person, hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you. Good evening, Nelson. How are you? Thank you for the opportunity. This is BG Play Nyeswa. And let me say good evening to the Spoon family. I'm going to spread the CEO. The people listening don't say I want to say hi to you, CEO. How are you?
Yeah, tell them say hi, huh? Oh,
hello. Now the Congo way of saying it.
You got
Yeah.
Hello. We are passing through. Go ahead.
A backdrop of 2005, 2011, and 2017. You know, there are 3 countries since these years I gave you related to our election. That is Nimba, Grand-Bassau, and Monserrado. Basically, Nimba, they were pre-war Johnson. Grand-Bassau is Charles Walker Bronsky, and that of Monserrado is President Weah. Now, so if today the Nimba comes together and make a decision that we are supporting Koga, you know, so the best the people, because good thing is that Nimba is a country with a decision overnight. They don't make a decision just because they want to make a decision. They make a decision because they show up the decision and they always be serious and definite with the decision. So tomorrow morning, let's get a result. After 6 o'clock tomorrow, Samuel Koka is the next senator of Nimba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's see if we take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, good evening. My Peter is common new remember number 4.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. For me, I know that I just want for it to be peaceful because I know that Honorable Samuel Koga will be the next senator of Nimba County. And we, my President Joseph Imamboga, safe return. Thank you for your development in Liberia. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your input. Then we take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Hello.
From Baltimore, USA.
Oh, okay. From Baltimore, you calling in. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, okay. What I'm saying here, brother, though I'm not from Nimba, but my wife,
is from there. And then it's not about a party, but we are looking at individual. So to my belief, this Ide Gongwe will win it.
Thank you.
As we win tomorrow, I'm sending $50 to Spoon for you to buy your cold water. I know you will win. And
you'll wait for the result before you send a $50. So when you don't get
as a matter of fact, we'll put it in cash out. Send $50 to Spoon.
Was he on the message when the result?
I'm not trying to bribe also.
Thank you. Hello, Nimba, where you come from? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, so let's take another person. Hello.
Melvin.
Yes, sir. We okay? Let's hear you.
Yeah, so my name is Melvin Doa, and I come from Bon County, Kokoya.
Okay. What's in your mind? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to inform the world and the people of Nimba. From my own analysis, we travel along the campaign throughout with the vice president. So what I saw, I can assure you that Koga will win the election.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This person, hello.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is Jeremiah. I'm joining from District 15.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead quickly, sir.
Yeah, for me, the people in Nimba they already resolved, and Ide Gongo where will win the election. So I think what people are saying, it ain't about any few amount of what it's about who can deliver what Nimba County.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Zach Bemo, and I call from Upper Cardwell.
Okay.
Well, with all of the load of campaign being ran, I am of the strongest conviction that we are now looking at money spent because we saw that in Monserrato, former CDC, let government spend more money on T5, and at the end of the day, the people were resolved. So, Madam Edith Gongo word, if the first female senator of Nimba, history will be made tomorrow. Koga me as representative. Thank you for your
very much. Hello, your name and where you call from?
We had a female senator before from 05 by the name of Cummings. She will not be the first, she will be the second. Just to be to make the correction. But go ahead, Nelson.
Yes, sir. You're live. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, this election is all about 2029. What CDC is doing now, they want to get a running mate to George Weah. So they are telling the Nimadians over there for Ide Gongo where. And Ide Gongo whether Ide got a structure in Nimba. Or dwelling place is a miracle. So I don't know how they're going to manage with because people are saying, oh, Kuga been there for this. Nimadians say we have 2 counties in Liberia and Nimba County. This country was going to be very strict. These are people with culture, people with society, people with common interests, common characteristics, working together for the general welfare of their members. They don't look at parties, they don't look at this. You go look at a VP, sit down there. Whether you see whether it will wait for you to take her as VP for 2029.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, you're live.
Hello.
Yeah, quickly. Let's hear you. Yes, sir.
Joseph Dolo from District 7.
Okay.
Hello, CEO. I just want to let you to know you will continue to have by-election in Nimba now. Because I started voting from 97 up to now in Nimba County. So we know Nimba politics very well. Just want to get the platform to know that. You will say how by-election to District 5. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you call from? Can you hear me? Okay, this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm Margaret.
Okay, sorry. You want to lower the volume of your radio? You want to walk away from your radio or just lower the volume?
I did already.
But I'm still hearing myself.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's an echo in the background. Yeah, sorry. I think we lost you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
I'm calling from 11 and Gabago, so I just want to say something. I've been monitoring every day, but I cannot get chance to be on the line.
Yeah, go ahead quickly, sir.
About Nimba election, what we're supposed to know
let me tell you, Coca is supposed to be taken because he has a key cardinal thing I want to say today. If you watch 2020 election during just your time, it will take me as Coca with government in power for the first 1 or 2 years, you're not proceeding, who will have problem with you. So everybody will talk of America like that, Coca will have be very tempting. And secondly, I want to tell you, see guys in yellow and that of my brother, they are still to Coca because they from the same place and man of money, their family must vote for them, will call a Coca vote. So this thing, they have to look at the election process. For me, anybody win now, the senator for Nimba County, but I'm telling you, you have to look at the keeper block guys in yellow and that of my brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So in Labrador, will look at the election vote as well, so their family will vote for them. Thank you
very much for joining us. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
My name is more cover East Island community.
Yeah, go ahead.
We want to tell people Nimba, you got to vote wives tomorrow because they will not postpone it when we're already in power. I mean, 12 years in power. This year we'll be making a 14 years. We're not doing nothing for Nimba, and they will go vote there as a senator, which means making their family rich more. So they got to vote tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm okay, right?
Yeah, the line is better. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Margaret Taylor calling from Lower Cardwell, District 11 to be specific. The election is a clear one already. For all I see is that the CDC want to make United Party unpopular in less than 1 year, 4 months, because it happened on every day and it got unpopular in the less than 2 years. Every election that they went to, we flogged them. Well, all I can say, if the CDC is not coming up to endorse Mrs. Gonglo Ware, it's clear because doing her campaign for them, she got paid. They pay her 30,000 and they give her a pickup. So it's just we are good. So there is no need whether he endorse her or not. She was paid for what she did for them.
Okay.
So I can say the Nimba County election is clear. Koga is the senator. He is.
Thank you.
Or whatever. Koga is the next senator. Tomorrow by this time, we'll be rejoicing.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you. Then we'll go back to the phone lines. Hello. This person? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. You're live?
Yeah,
Let's hear
hi.
you.
You in there, sir?
Yes, sir. You're live.
Yes, man. April inside, we join you from Dwara.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing we're looking at, Coca not only beating Ile, but he's looking weird. He's flogging Joao, flogging my flogging the Zena, becoming flogging Tiawan Gongo. So all of that fast in one man flogging tomorrow.
I'm kind of confused. Let that be the last quarter because everybody coming on now. And I want to say thanks to all of you guys. James, I know you'll be leaving us. Let me come to you real quick. Let's talk only on this name. Welcome the Honorable Man Akara Sponsor Gray. Tamba, I see Uncle Sam in the back. I'm seeing Dr. Bople. I'm seeing Fubi Herons and everybody coming on. Let me ask you, James, quickly. I've been watching and taking note. A lot of people favor Koga. Let me give you a few seconds before we go, before we excuse you and Nelson. And folks, the Spoon team is in Nimba as we speak right now. All right. Thanks for your contribution. Took them to Nimba and continue to contribute. We appreciate you. We got Damo, Yekezi, Zobe, Gerasi, and we got the local reporter. So we should be able to go all over to both camps, all of the camps. We have to go there and give you the result. James, something strange happening.
Yeah.
Majority of the quarter favor Koga.
Politics as a whole is basically regional, right? Koga is from a very good vote-rich region. That is the Gio region. They have more voters or more citizens from the Gio region than the Mano. And I heard Akaros and others talking about tribal or whatever regional or sessional votes. So Koga has more people. Nimba has about 600 plus thousand people that is inhabitant, and majority of those people are from the Geo region. So in terms of vote, you're going to have more votes coming from the Geo region than the Mano region. That is how you see CDC how to play that game.
And this is the reason why people are favoring Koga?
Yeah, so for me, I believe because of this, it's going to help Koga a lot if he is to win. About 70% of his win will come from the Geo region.
Again, James, thank you very much. I know in the back here you gave him those other names and upload them that we can have a great show tonight. James Goode and Nelson Kohler producing for us tonight. Once you get Dama, please, James, come on and bring Dama on. Let's hear from Nimba County since the team have arrived this morning. I want to say to all of you, I will be bringing in, I say, Gary Zion Red. He was was the director of Press Capital Building House of Representative and also Deputy Director General for Rural Broadcasting LBS. We'll be bringing in Isaac Red on. He spent some time in Nimba. He will be giving us an overview. Let me recognize the distinguished, the Honorable Man of Correspondent Gray. I'm going to say thank you very much for joining us, sir. Tamba Agalias, thank you also. Our Uncle Uncle Sam Jackson, it's always good to see you, sir. The Dr. Bople, thank you for another day of beautiful Monday. Happy Easter Monday. And to our brother Fubi Herrings, it's good to have you on. I like to say we are paid tribute to the passing of the Pope, all of our Catholics, brothers and sisters. So we passed that. We did a whole thing for them. And let's get into the conversation. While we do that, we're going to go around 30 seconds or 1 minute each. What is on your mind? The first topic today will be Nimba election, the GNB trip to the ECOWAS summit. He went by way of Kenya Airline. Maybe he's listening now. The Supreme Court expected ruling coming up on Wednesday. What we heard today concerning a major back and forth meeting at the Supreme Court. It has a very intense meeting on the water. Certain languages people are inserting when they been back and forth trying to make this correction. And we're going to talk about the GSC report that just came out. 19 GSC audit report came out. We want to talk about the best 3 as of 2024. Again, we will share that in the chat room. Don't forget the LSCC report on Abdullah Kamara and the past government commissioners. The accusation that they are going to court, they're going to prosecute them. LRRC, knockout, and that of the National Rule Fund. A lot to be discussed today. And again, I'm happy to have you. 1 minute to you, Honorable Gray. We can start from your end.
Yeah, basically, you said most of the things that are on my mind to be discussed. All that I pray for is that the election in Nimba County should be free, fair, transparent. And I'm gathering a lot of complaints from Nimba, where people were trained by the National Elections Commission that should be taking their post by now. Their names are deleted from the roster. I'm talking about workers of NEC, and names have been replaced by strange names. I saw a report from some independent media institutions. Some of the names are written in pen. So that's a concern. But frankly speaking, we just want the election to be free, fair, transparent, and we ask the people of Nimba County to maintain the peace and stability of Nimba County, which is very important.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. We're going to come to you, Tamba. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists, and good afternoon and good evening to our listeners in Radio Land and those who follow online. It's always a pleasure to be on Spawn. What is on my mind today? First of all, I'm glad that you talk about the Pope. So His Holy Father, the Pope, has passed. May his soul rest in peace, and our condolences to the Catholics around the world. That's important. It's going to dominate the international news headlines this week. Back to Liberia, Stanton. I also observed that there is a very large police presence in Nimba County. People have expressed different views, but I think that's something that's very good for our nascent democracy, especially given how contentious the Nimba County by-election, senatorial by-election is right now. Having the police there, I think, reassure people that there's security in place and that they can go out tomorrow on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, to cast their vote and not be intimidated. So we urge the people of Nimba County to go out and cast their vote. And then
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, let's hear your 1 minute, sir.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm very, very happy to be back here. I haven't been here for a few days. I've been really, working hard and doing some personal stuff. But I just want to tell the new managing director of the Liberia Electricity Corporation, I've been having light now for almost like 40 hours, going to 50 hours nonstop. And I mean, this is like, living in paradise, man. Just like really, really nice. I want to thank you. Whatever they're doing, let them continue it. And, I'm a very fair individual. If they're doing well, I say that they're doing well. I mean, it is kind of, shocking, that something that we have to celebrate electricity, but that's a situation we find ourselves in. And if they do well, we have to give them credit where credit is due. So, on this, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to the new management of the LEC. And if they continue this way, it means I can stay more time in Liberia and enjoy myself. But what takes me away most of the time is when the sporadic electricity. When I hear the generator beating, that's my money being burned. So I normally run away. But I'm very happy that the almost 50 hours nonstop. That is progress, and we have to herald that progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, thanks a lot. Dr. Bobla, welcome to the show, sir.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Good evening from my Gibi to all Liberians and friends of Liberia who watch, who listen, who engage. Together, you're making a difference. So thank you. Uncle Sam, I really wish that I could have the same testimony you got on the 50 hours of electricity. But unfortunately, that's not my story. It's been every single day the light goes, every single day. And why a light company that only supplies 4 counties cannot give us 7 days of electricity is beyond me. But what's even more baffling, Uncle Sam, is why does a government hold on to what has effectively become a liability when you could privatize and make this thing ultra profitable, and then we'll have electricity and everything else will start to get better in the economy. That said, I want to just open CEO by adding my voice along with the voices of the place of interest, which is Nimba. And I heard about some of the demographics. You got Mogil, Demano. I hope that the vote will not be based on tribe. Okay, I hope it will be based on present promises and past performances. What are these people who want your vote telling you now that they're going to do for you? And then what have they done in the past? Pay attention to past promises and the future one. How they performed yesterday, what they're telling you going to do today. Don't just vote on tribe. Vote on performance and the relevance of the promise that people make to you. Elections is about improving our lives. So when we elect people, we don't elect them just because they're our friends. We elect them because we hope they will move us up small. And the moving up is past due. So Nimba, I know the election will be peaceful. We all hope for that. We actually are building a record now in this country, a peaceful election. We like that record. We're going to stick with it. We'll vote peacefully and we'll accept outcomes. So tomorrow will be a great day in Eastern Liberia. So we look forward to that.
Thank you, Dr. Bobla. Thanks a lot. I'm going to bring in Fubi.
So good evening, everybody. And we look forward to a good show today, as always. And basically, the major discussion is Nimba County. So we look forward to a peaceful election as everybody anticipate. And I always say the people of Nimba will make the decision, regardless of how we feel, how we see it, whether based on tribalism, whether based on gender, whether based on competence. It's up to them to decide tomorrow what they want. and we should accept whatever results that come up and live with it. And I think we should be balanced. As I said, I support the balanced trend. Our constitution calls for having balance all over. With the presidency, you don't have two presidential and presidential candidates coming from one county. And I think that historical pattern with Nimba also sets that balance to have both tribes, leading the Senate. And I think that's something that we should encourage them to balance their votes so that they don't have chaos afterwards. And one tribe will not feel more important than the other. So we look forward to a good show.
Thank you very much. Again, guys, we want to appreciate all of you, including Tamba and some folks that don't call my name. But all those of you that contributed to the team going into Nimba, we say thank you. And continue to contribute because we want to get the last result out of all 9 districts, right? Understand it's a big counties, and we are using the local reporters, the Spoon local reporter. I'm going to hold you as it's very important. I want to bring Dama Slanger on. We'll come to you as a right. We'll come to you. Let's hear from Nimba right now. Dama, I know it is dark, but we are seeing your shadow. It's a little gloomy, but it's okay. We will hear you. Welcome to the show. Bring us up to speed. From Nimba, you are muted, Dama. Can you unmute?
Yes, sir, I can do that.
Thank you. Bring us up to speed, Dama. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Good evening or pleasant night to everybody listening across Liberia and those of you watching from various parts of the world. Good day to you. So we're in Nimba. As we were entering, the Inspector General of Police, Colonel Gregor Coleman, was departing from Nimba County, where he had a briefing with not just the officers, but citizens also listened to the IG. We did see the presence of police officers, but not in an intimidating form and manner. They've been strategically deployed. Also, we did see a police cruiser, roaming around the principal streets of Ganta just to show presence. But aside that, there aren't any campaign messages blaring out. We didn't see any political or campaign activity. Where we then after into Saninkole as well, and I went as far as Kample, just to get a feel of what the political climate is like in these parts of Nimba County. But speaking to citizens though, because we arrived a little bit late and it wasn't clear enough to do a coverage. But there seems to be an enthusiasm. We are looking to see whether or not the 34-35% turnout is going to be upped in this particular by-elections with all of the campaigning activities we did see ongoing. The VP is still in county, and so far so good. Those we've spoken to seem to be edged up about going to the polls on tomorrow. We did visit some would-be precincts. Some schools. Schools are usually used for voting purposes, just to get a feel of what's happening there. And so far, everything is quiet. Whether it's the calm before the storm or it's the quiet before all of everything gets quiet. That's what we've observed in Nimba County, sir.
Dama, thank you very much, but we need to ask you some questions. Everybody will be free to do. Let me ask you a question. The candidates, you gather information as to where they will be watching the election from, which precinct, where will they be casting the vote, where are the camp based that they will be sitting back to hear the election result tomorrow. Bring us up to speed with, let's start with the first. All of them, they are only 6. Talk to us. Where will Jeremiah Kuhn and his candidate, Sam Koga, be? Where will Edith Gondowa be? Are you speaking to those camps, Garrison Yedo, Mark Blewion, and that of Tengbe and Dr. Gopu and Fangalo? So help us. Where are these guys right now?
So I cannot tell you where they will be casting their ballots, but we've made contact with the Edith Gondowa camp. They've extended invitation to us to be in their war room after the polls close tomorrow. But what we've done is not to take people's minds back to the Octopus operation, but our coverage of the Nimba election is in the Octopus format. We have correspondents all across the major cities here in Nimba, So wherever it is, we've got a plan of how to be in the various war rooms where the Koga war room will be, and the Gonglo war room, and other candidates who extend invitation to us as well to follow up on the counting process after polls close here in Nimba.
Do we know what the Edith Gonglo war room is? Can you announce that? Well,
we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Chairman Yato is supposed to bring us up to speed with that. But when we made contact with him, he was on his way to Nimba, and we'll make contact with him again to know whether he's here or not. But these crucial hours, you wouldn't get a lot of people to speak to you because they're doing their last fine tuning and making sure they've crossed their T's and dot their I's.
Are you saying, let's talk about the police present? My last question. Let's talk about the police present. I will hear from our brother Gray. He will come on to ask his question. Huge police present. And I've been watching and I've been in contact with the IG. You saying that they are come, though, just to, bring about hope that the people can cast their vote peacefully. I want you to speak more to Gregory Coleman police present, because there was a budget set aside, I can announce, for this election in Nimba. A huge amount, a lot of police present, folks in Nimba right now. Again, I'm not going to talk about the finances, but do you think that Gregory has this under control, and he and his team in Nimba going to pull through like they did in Grand Jida and that of Lofa a few years back?
So you've just given prime examples of how the IG and his team were able to deploy strategically and maintain the peace, in by-elections after the 2023 polls here in the country. What I told you earlier is that the police are strategically deployed not to create that impression that there is some tense that law enforcement is breathing down the necks of Nimbayans. What we did see was just a police cruiser, up and down the streets of Ganta. That is just what they call show of force or presence. Let me use presence to know that the police is around. It's a joint security operation as well. So there isn't police officers, standing at the various intersections with tear gas, canister guns, and roaming around the streets and all of that. They've done their deployment. It's strategic as to how they will man the various voting precincts on tomorrow. We will be up as early as 6 a.m. to see how best we can, track deployments and the rest. But remember, this is an election. You don't want the police presence to seem like an intimidating force that can be used after to say it probably scared away voters for opposition candidates and alike.
Damo, thank you. Damo is in Nimba County. Let me bring the team to ask their question. Again, we want to say, Damo, please, thank you very much. Be safe. We expect you to control you. You are leading the Spoon team, and we expect nothing but the best. At Carol Square, we have Damo Slanger. Do you have a question? Do you want to speak to anything as of concern?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Damo just two quick questions. He spoke highly of Ganta. He personally spoke of Camplin, Sanikode, where he claimed that he visited. Did you notice the presence of police in Camplin and Sanikode, as you have seen in Ganta? And have you been able to speak to your reporter in District 4 and 5? They have had a history of violent elections in Nimba County. Have you been able to ask about the presence of police in those areas I just mentioned? 4, 5.
So to start with the latter question before So I haven't made contact with reporters in District 4 and 5 because everybody coming to Sanikole to get their tags. That is where the NEC office is. They have two offices. One is in Tapeta and the other is in Sanikole. So those around this end are coming to get their tags as well. And we needed to meet to discuss our plan of action. So about police presence, I'm not going to say yes, I asked what I didn't ask. In Sanikole, I visited the principal street of Sanikole, reaching all the way to Sakempa, where you turn and go to Yekepa and you go further towards Kample and Logatu and the rest. We didn't see police officers standing at those intersections and the rest. Citizens have been moving about freely with their normal activities. If you do not know that there is a by-election in Nimba on tomorrow, you wouldn't know that there will be voting in this county on tomorrow, because those we saw and what we witnessed people are going about their normal activities. If there is presence of law enforcement, they station, as I said, strategically and not all deployed on the principal streets as well.
We are not hearing you, Gray. We are not understanding you, Gray. All right, let's come back to you, Honorable Gray. You are escaping. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, Gray. We are not getting you too clear. Uncle Sam, you want to come in? You want to add anything? You want to ask a question, Uncle Sam?
No, I don't have any questions. Just hope be safe out there, and God bless you, man. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Dr. Bopla, do you have a question?
Yeah, a question, but a comment first. Or should I say a commendation? Diamond, thank you for the work you do. Your work is so vital to not only keeping us informed, but informing our actions and decisions. So thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
I wonder though, they say all politics is local. I wonder, Diamond, what are you hearing from the people on the streets? Anything remarkable? We hear what the politicians are saying. We hear what their supporters, meaning the big names and the endorsement. But on the ground, anything you're hearing, anything remarkable? Just a sense of the people's, their perspective, the way they're thinking, feeling, anything of interest that you can share.
Yes, Dr. Bopler, if care is not taken with all of the campaigning and gingering and hyping, we might likely have some sort of high fatigue level. Some of those folks we sampled, a sample is just, a few individuals out of a bulk, that we spoke to. There are those who feel as if some politicians have let them down, that they were there 2023, they didn't get promises that were made to them. They don't see the need to go to the polls and go and vote. We spoke to some of those people, not just tonight when we arrived in Ganta, but previous samples and polls that we did. But there are those who are bent on going to vote on tomorrow. They have their candidates of choice. We didn't ask them why, but those who decided to tell us why, there are various reasons. And one of such reasons is this person sounds exactly like this other person, so I'm going to vote this person. Some people also said other things because campaign is over. We don't want to talk about candidates in ways and forms that might sound like campaigning. But people who are going to vote have already made their choice. But there are those who have decided that, well, they're not going to vote. And interestingly, Dr. Bopler, the bike I rode, to go towards the LPMC Old Road, the bike rider was bold to tell my colleague and I that he's willing to sell his voter card. He was bold. Wow. He said, look, I'm willing to sell my voter card. Whoever is going to buy, let them come and buy. I will sell it and they can take my vote. So there's still the bunch of those who feel, well, I've got nothing to gain from these people. If I can get 20 or 30, that's okay for me.
Wow. So thank you, Diamond. That's the kind of disillusionment that we hope doesn't take hold, because disappointment can lead to discouragement. But to all those people, I hope they will go to that should be really a motivation to go and vote. The people said something last time, didn't do it, so go vote so that you get better outcomes. So I hope they will not stay home, because whether they stay home or not, there will be an election. And those people who are elected will make decisions for all of them. So I hope they go to the polls and vote. Thank you, Dama. Important information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Boblet.
Dr. Boblet, thank you very much. Fubi, let's take one for you, Fubi. Let's reduce this to one. I want Dama to get ready here in his team. And again, there's another update coming. I hope that he can get that through before we end the show tonight. So, Fubi, let's do only one, please. You are going to ask and welcome Fendela Patrick.
I just want to commend the team and wish them all the best as they go out in their reportage tomorrow. And let's keep updated, and all the best to you, Dama, and the team.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Isaac. Can we hear you? Though you didn't do your intro, but that's okay. You have question for Dama?
Yeah, thank you. It doesn't matter with the intro. Nimba is going to be the hotspot, or is the hotspot, let's put it that way, for the next 24 hours to pretty close to 72 hours. Every attention will be on Nimba. Nimba has been a very political, active place. Sam Jackson knows. From the days of Dike Wanzelie, Eugene Kedor, and Jackson Doe, Jackson Doe being the standard bearer of LAP. And Nimba was actively involved with the UPP and the LPP. So Nimba has been very, very political. I mean, it's not something of new. So all eyes will be set on Nimba tomorrow. Interestingly, the two major contenders, Madam Ide Gongwe, were former superintendent from 2009 to 2000.
Do you have a question for Dama? Then we can excuse him.
No, I thought no question for Dama.
Okay, so let's hold you right there. Vandela Patrick, welcome to the show. We have Dama in Nimba County. You have any question for him?
Yeah, I have two questions. Dama, it's good to see you. I don't know why you're in darkness. There's no electricity. Which part of Nimba are you right now?
Vandela, to even get accommodation now, it's not easy. All the places have been booked. So right now I'm sitting in a vehicle as we're still trying to make final arrangements to get a place where we have previously planned on booking has been, I don't want to say sold out, but the entire place is occupied.
Okay, yeah, that is the sacrifice that many journalists do. Sometimes when I watch CNN, I see them sleeping on the battlefront. But how is the atmosphere in Nimba? What are you gathering? Is it tense? Is there a sense of joy or perhaps fear among the people giving it, highly politically charged environment? How's the atmosphere like in Nimba tonight?
So if you say tonight, I would say balling, Kanta on fire. Yeah, the big boys and girls are in the city, and the local people mixing as well. So if I'm to speak to tonight, all of the hotspots are chilling and boiling. But as I said when we arrived earlier, we did notice a sense of calm. People have been going about their activities. From the highway, we saw people on their farms. At the various business centers opened, transportation running, and we didn't notice anything or feel anything of some kind of tense where people are scared about moving about and all of those things. It's been normal so far, and that's how it is.
Well, thank you. I think Liberia is gradually moving towards building its democratic society, where people will not have to be worried when elections are held. So thank you so much. I mean, I'm very happy, and I'm even getting jealous. I wish I was in Nimba tonight and be balling and chilling.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick.
I see you. Before I go, I just want to add this information. There is actually a very significant presence of international observers, and for a by-election, especially for a local election of its sort, it's unprecedented that you have such a very, very, very large number of international observers. We saw members of the diplomatic corps, their vehicles with their tags hanging on their necks, observers, a whole bevy of them, a whole army of them, I should say, here in Nimba County as well, international and local observers, human rights movements, and the rest. So, as I said, this election is local, but the ramifications, the ripple effects are national. See you and the rest of the panelists.
We want to say to you, Dama, stay put. We are hearing some different issues. Let's talk about the internet issue before you leave. They are saying, yes, indeed, we will be having a shutdown, and I hope the LTA. The LTA has announced that there will be a nationwide internet outage from April 22nd, which is tomorrow, to the 28th, due to scheduled maintenance and the relocation of Liberia undersea fiber optic cable. The Africa coast to Europe is cable. As a result, internet connectivity across the country may be unavailable or significantly affected during this period. Yeah.
See, this is something quickly.
1 minute, I beg you, Fredella, 1 minute, please. So, Dama, let us get to you. I know it's already difficult in Nimba to get these kind of things. Since you got it though, have you heard people been complaining? You think you're going to run into that issue? And don't give me your game plan, because I know there's so many ways you will maneuver. But talk to us. How serious would this challenge will be?
So currently I'm facing internet problem with one of the GSM service providers, and I didn't go online to read the LTA release. So I'm using another network as a hotspot for the phone that I'm using. That started somewhere around six there, about 6 o'clock there about. We lost internet connectivity. As to whether or not we'll experience that, as the LTA has said, we will see how best we can bring the information to our people, if not via the internet, by other means as well.
Dama, is 9:55, 5 minutes to 10. We want to appreciate you. And again, we'll talk to you. Have a very, very be safe, you and the team. And folks, to all of you that contributing, we appreciate your contribution of $5 here, $10 there. We want to wish in all of the 9 districts, right? Diamond took the local guys, 3 or 4 of them, plus the guys, that's so many of them. We want to say, listen, we want to give you nothing but the best. Those of you that contributed yesterday, again, continue to contribute. The Cash App information is up. Because of you, we are here to give you nothing but the best. Thank you very much, Diamond. It's good seeing you.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful show. All right.
You too. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Guys, let's get back in the studio. Honorable Gray, you went off briefly. Let's hear what you have to say. Sorry, I know this internet thing. Don't let election time, though. Briefly, I don't want you. We'll talk about it in the end, right? Let's go straight into our conversation here. You want to say something before you went off?
Yeah.
Great.
This is
I asked Damo, my man, you gotta wait now. Yeah.
But Federa, you will not interrupt him. Federa, wait. Federa, hold on 1 minute, please. Gray was here before you. Okay? Let's try to have a good show now. We got a lot of very important conversation. Gray, go ahead.
Yeah, first, I can confirm to you that in District 5, the AFL is fully deployed. There is heavy security presence in District 5. In District 4, I'm hearing they're going to deploy there also. Okay, we're speaking to people directly from there. The next thing here is that the whole internet thing is a scam. The government is going to cut off the internet service for the 2 days in the elections. This is dangerous. They want to rig that election. Let me repeat. The Unity Party and the surrogates want to rig that election. They know what the internet will do. They know places like Spoon, OK FM, other radio or lights, and people who will be there, journalists then, some other people who will be standing going live, because there's a whole strategy to go live in every area so that this election can be free, fair, and transparent. Why would the government want to take election day and the day that they will announce on Wednesday, that they will announce the ruling or the interpretation from the Supreme Court? Why would the government want to put the entire country off? This is very dangerous. Okay, we got to talk about it, and they know exactly what they're doing, because those 2 days are very critical. Let me tell you, tomorrow is critical, but Wednesday is the most critical moment, because by Wednesday people will know the election results. Okay, and then the Supreme Court will be coming up with a final interpretation. So they feel that the population will be rejoicing and will go against them. This is a calculated attempt by the Burger-led administration to rig the election, to undermine the information dissemination of the country. Why on this day people are going on a sea tonight or tomorrow morning from Liberia?
Thank you very much. We will be reaching out. Thank you very much. Whether this was scheduled, we got to first of all ask whether this was scheduled. Thank you very much. Great. Uncle Sam, let's come to you. Why you make Uncle Sam, so Fandela Patrick, you have to wait, please. Let's do the round like we usually do. Uncle Sam, no, we'll come to you, Uncle Sam. Everybody have to wait, Uncle Sam. What say you? Are you in agreement with Mr. Gray that this is a problem it will be?
I have always known for the last 3 to 4 weeks, especially for the last 3 weeks, that April 22nd and April 23rd will be like serious days in the country with impact on national security. I always knew that. I mean, there are embassies around here that they haven't told the people yet, but they might tell their people to stay away from Capitol Hill on Wednesday around noon. And then, I mean, all of a sudden, you're going to have an internet outage for almost a week? For almost a week? And you think this is normal? Man, let's assume that, you have some critical maintenance work to do. Why would you want to do it under these circumstances? It doesn't make any kind of sense at all to me. I mean, and even let's assume that this is what we're doing is pure speculation, right? But if you plant something in the minds of people when you have internet outage and you do it in a way that is not methodical, that is not well thought out, that is not done weeks in advance, they're just giving us the information today, for tomorrow until the 28th, for 6 days. I mean, I'm very suspicious. And my street mind, my Brooklyn mind saying something is up. You got to be very careful. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Booker, what say you on this LTA announcement as per the election and the Supreme Court ruling up to the 28th though?
The first thing that is alarming to me is the duration. The duration is very long. Second, we have heard no backup plans. I don't know any other country, Stanton, in 2025 that cuts off internet for these many days. Internet makes everything else work, and we know that. So I'm not sure what a holistic plan of the government is. I think the government should say more. For example, if the only way to do this is to shut down the entire internet from the whole country for these many days, then there should be some kind of backup plan. I've never heard about it, and I just think it's alarming that we'll be doing something like this in 2025. There has to be a better way. There has to be a better way. The duration is too long. I mean, you imagine the amount of disruptions that it's going to cause. And so from that place, there could be then all the conspiracy theories and all the speculative things emerge. And you can't blame people. I wouldn't join that group though. I wouldn't join the group that say the government is doing this intentionally because of X, Y, and Z. What I would say is you didn't have to do this. There has to be a better way. Consult the nations that do better at this and find a way so we have a backup plan and don't shut down internet for these many days for the entire country.
Thank you, Tama. Let's hear you, Tama. It's getting scary out there, right? From the 22nd to the 28th, right? Let's hear you, Tama.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. First of all, I absolutely do agree with Dr. Brooklyn in that optics, timing-wise, it doesn't send the right optics, right? Because conspiracy theories and other people may misinterpret. But here's my understanding from the press release, Stanton. When I went through the press release, what I noticed was that they said there were going to be reported outages during this period. They didn't say it's going to be a complete shutdown. Now, I agree with you that the people may misconstrue this because of the timing of the senatorial by-election in Nimba County, right? And also because of the Supreme Court ruling that is scheduled for Wednesday. And in the press release or in the story carried by front page, they actually said from the 23rd to the 28th. And now in their release here, they are saying from the 22nd to the 28th. So first of all, the dates don't align with what is in the public space and what is being communicated.
But this is in the public though. So forget about what these people are going to report. Let's talk about dates. That's why I put this up.
Okay. So this is the official statement. I think, for the good of the nation, given where we are today, given the by-elections in Nimba County, given the Supreme Court ruling on Wednesday, I think the timing is wrong. I think the timing sends the wrong message. And whether the government is doing this intentionally, I don't know. Whether this has been scheduled weeks in advance. But this is where also I always talk about public institutions like the LTA communicating these kind of things in advance. You know, when you work for the public and you work for the people, you have to let them know in advance that these disruptions are coming. This outage is going to come a week later or 2 weeks in advance. So I think the timing is not just right. And if there's a way to postpone this maintenance until after the by-election and the Supreme Court ruling, I think it will send the right message that we are not trying to suppress free speech in Liberia.
So let me get to Ifandela, then we'll come to Isaac. VP, I'm sorry, Fubi will bring you in. Let's go to VP. VP, talk to us.
So this is a calculated attempt to deprive Liberians the opportunity to follow the developments in Nimba and, of course, at the Supreme Court of Liberia. You see, in policy making, you must take into consideration the intricate variables involved. Not just the people in Nimba, but you and I will be shut down. I'm not too sure what a spoon will be on to feed Liberian. We live in a world of digital age. 90% of the media institutions in this country, I mean, we get first-hand information through Facebook Live. So if the internet is shut down, the people will not be able to update us about happenings in the local areas in Nimba. Not just us, but Liberians outside of this country. International observers are there. How do you expect them to remit? I mean, to send back information to their headquarters in Europe and in America and other parts of Africa? This is a calculated attempt by the government to deprive us the opportunity to follow developments in Nimba. Imagine tomorrow is election day. If this was national election, as it was in the case of George Weah, and the internet was going to be shut down at this time, imagine the interpretation. Even if it is not an intent and desire of the government to deprive us of information, but the timing is wrong. It's completely wrong. Tuesday is election. In fact, we're supposed to be on here tomorrow by this time to announce the results to the people. How do you expect to announce the result? By what means? You need to show pictorial evidence how the election was conducted. You also need to show video evidence how the people were voting in terms of violations or perhaps fighting at various polling centers. It's through the use of internet we'll have the opportunity to show a vivid picture. I don't know how true about what Akara Gray is saying, that the AFL has been deployed. This is about civil action. We expect the Liberia National Police. Is the Liberia National Police incapacitated to deploy, that you have to carry the army to be deployed?
Let's finish up on the LTA issue. Then we'll talk about the deployment.
So again, in conclusion to that, as I conclude, CEO, I think the government should rethink its decision. It's still too early for you to send a signal. Even if your candidate will win, but under these type of circumstances, people will always consume, or believe that, you know, you cut off the internet and then to regulate election, it could be possible your candidate wins. But with these kinds of situations, it will not be a good thing. So allow the maintenance to be postponed. We want to update our people with the happenings in Nimba, so everybody will believe that this process is free and fair. Thank you.
Fubi, let's hear you, Fubi.
So, like you said, you need to find out whether this was scheduled. So I think that's something that we need to do to authenticate. And also, look, I've been getting in touch back home with people, and I know the internet been an issue for the past 1 or 2 weeks. So it's not strange that the government will raise this issue about maintenance. And there have been disruption with one of the networks. Even up to last night, I was talking to one of my friends, and they also said the same thing. So these are things that have been experienced on the ground. And so if they give an announcement that there will be disruption, I think, like Tamba readily said, it's not a outright shutdown of the internet, but there will be disruptions. as it has been done in the past few weeks like I mentioned. So we should give the government the benefit of the doubt and not just start it to politics that they want to rig election or they don't want the public to know about the Supreme Court ruling. That's why they put up this announcement. And you can also bypass the blockage. You know, you download your VPN and you can also be able to have access to internet. Because I remember during the 2019 June 7 protests, at least that one, there was no announcement about shutdown. They just shut down the internet. So, but some of us, we have a VPN connection and we're able to send the information out. We went live on Facebook and people were able to have access to what was happening at the grounds of Capitol building when we did a protest. So, well, it's responsible that the government will let you know that there will be some disruption. So I think I will commend them for that. But in all, we all got to respect some of these things and move on, and not just start it to ulterior motives.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Let's bring in Mr. Red. Red, talk to us. Where are you with this LTA information?
Well, it's unfortunate that this announcement is coming up at this moment in time. You know, Nimba, in terms of population, is next to Mosurado. So everything that has to do with the security of this election will tie around communication. So with this announcement from the LTA, my understanding is that it's not going to be a complete shutdown. One of the technicians or a person who worked with the LTA before informed me a while ago that it's going to be spotted. There will be, cut off of the internet in some parts of the country at some time, but it's kind of confusing to leave people in doubt, and you don't want people to speculate. Like one of the speakers earlier said, this is a situation where politicians could play on, who say people want to manipulate the elections or want to rob voters of the information, so they are shutting it down. So it's coming rather at and I want to agree with Tamba that the duration is quite long. There are some redundancy, they will call it, from the service provider. So everybody needs to bring their services up to date, and updating it will cause the shutdown. Politicians could say on the other side that we are doing this time around to kind of call up some information, but it could be actually the truth that you need to do maintenance. And I don't want to buy into speculations. We want to see what happens, but I know the LTA knows what she's doing, and if there's any suspicion activity about the shutdown, I think it will come up, and then it will be bad for the government credential on elections.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, very much. We want to stick with this story and continue. We are receiving information that this thing, it was scheduled. It was said they say it was scheduled, but yet still we understand that the election in Nimba was scheduled too, sometime last month or the month before. But through it all, we just want to announce that yes, we'll monitor it again, as we all said, to call for a peaceful election. That the LTA have just announced today that they will be having some issues. Now, talk about the Nimba election, the result of the Supreme Court ruling, and how serious is this. We want to take a few questions while we take our first break, and then we run into a few questions. I will use the break for us to take questions. 10 calls from Liberia. What are you saying? My friend, LTA saying they're shutting down everything. What say you? Are you concerned? From there, we'll go to the next topic. Oh, yeah, guys, I understand. Let's do it real quick, or we can just skip this question and go to the next topic. I know this is a lot of jam-packed program, but I want us to talk to the people. If not, we move on to the same topic that we are on, Nimba election. Great, you are in Nimba. Let's just continue. Maybe after this topic, then we can take questions, of course. Great, you are in Nimba, though. Well, man, give me some of your concerns here. Now all the campaign finished, everybody is settling down. We are waiting to go to the voting station to cast our ballot, blah, 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 everything. What are some of your major concerns now? We're done with the LTA.
My major concern, I have a few concerns in Nimba County. The message you took to Nimba was peace and stability. Nimba is greater than any individual. What affects Nimba affects the country. We say, oh, that become lawmaker. When you make a law, It's not a federal state will run it to say, okay, the law only affects this county. The law affects the entire country. So whosoever win, once you get to the legislature, it becomes the property of the Liberian people. Some of the issues that we have that we're concerned about District 4 and District 5. I'm gathering in one of the villages now. ERU officers are heavily armed there. I'm speaking to people directly from Nimba County. I'm not talking about what people guessing. One of the reasons why we chose to leave Nimba County after we've concluded everything, we chose to come back to town because the security briefing. The security briefing received that there will be total shutdown of internet. We got that security briefing. It has been proven. The second briefing we got that the state may use most of the radio stations not to bring the true result and promote one candidate in the Makande because people option may be the radio station. Now, for 6 days, from the 22nd to the 28th, that's 6 days. Never has this happened before. 6 days where there will be internet outage. It will not only be internet outage in the 6 days, but also costs could be fluctuating. As you experience today, maybe on some network, you will realize that the costs were cutting off. I don't know whether some people notice that today, but I notice it a lot, okay? And we're speaking to one or two friends. The other thing that banking institutions that depend on these internet services may not be able to provide the necessary finances to people because you go to the bank, they say, oh, internet get problem, you may not get money with the ATM card, may not be in use to a greater extent. Our concern for Nimba is that there should be a free, fair, credible, and transparent election in Nimba County. Okay? We believe that the people of Nimba will turn up in that number. Some of the information we gathered, we don't want to say it yet because it could be panicking. Okay, we know we heard there are people who have intended to intimidate the voters in some areas. And what will be the intimidation is of security concern. We've communicated that already. We'll not say some things yet. But I can say to you, whether you like it or not, this government willfully made a decision for the next 4, 5, or 6 days to have this country off internet to a greater extent. It was a calculated attempt by two major decisions that could be rounded up by Wednesday. When I say two major decisions, unofficially by Wednesday, people will know a lot of the results from the National Elections Commission. Even by 12 o'clock, that is on Wednesday. The fanatical court action will also be deliberated upon and the public will get to know. The fear is that the government will be losing on these two counts. So the government has put into place, like you said, the intense negotiation ongoing. Okay. The negotiation that is ongoing, like you said, rightfully, is very intense. Okay. At the Supreme Court level, they are negotiating. They are talking to people.
Let's take the Nimba issue. We'll talk about Supreme Court. I beg you. Let's make rounds on Nimba first. Great.
Okay. So let me just conclude on Nimba. Let me just maybe 30 seconds. We did not want to be in Nimba and there's an internet outage. That means we'll be cut off totally. Okay. We also did not want to be in Nimba, okay, if people begin to use the short guns between Ivory Coast and Guinea and get fire to scare the voters. They could use the situation to say our presence here, me, and other people presence. So we decided to leave Nimba because we are getting some terrible security implication of voter intimidation tomorrow. Okay, we're getting information where people, in fact, have told some of the voters, once you come with certain rubber on your hand or certain sign you show, there will be ballot stuffing. We put our people out, properly informed on all of these things. Our concern is the security of the people of Nimba County. Our concern is the willful attempt by this government to muffle the population of information dissemination. 6 days, they had no any African country.
Let's give all the chance to speak. Let's give all the chance to speak. Real quick though, your information, why we are listening to other panelists, can you gather videos, pictures from those AFL soldiers from district number 4 and 5 in Nimba, please? Not just to, say these
I don't
things
have
with
pictures. I'm
evidence.
telling you, people are saying that some of the errors are not internet coverage errors, so they only call to inform me. Okay.
Can they call? Can they call on the show likewise? But thank you very much, Uncle Sam. What are some of your concerns on this Nimba election schedule for? In less than 12 hours, we will be talking about this election is over. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
No, so basically, I just want to urge the LTA to get ahead of this and to speak to the public and let them know exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it, where they are doing it, whether they're building redundancy in the system, so as to quiet people who have the right to be suspicious. So I will urge the LTA to have a press conference as early as first thing tomorrow morning and give the Liberian people in simple English to Ma Mary and Ma Wata, what are they doing? How long will it take? Why are they doing it? And what other plans they have to make sure that this is not disruptive system-wide. It is extremely important. What this will do, it will give instant credibility to the LTA. It will give credibility to the government. It will say that the government is transparent. They're in front of this, and it will also minimize or stop any speculation on what they're trying to do. Like it will have, like it has political motives. So they need to get ahead of it as soon as possible. Whoever at LTA, I'm just begging you now for a team of experts and public relation people to get up soon tomorrow morning to a press conference 10 o'clock. Let it be carried live so the whole country can know that there is nothing untoward happening, but these are technical issues, and you need to get ahead of that quickly, like yesterday. That's my position.
You got anything coming from Nimba that you're concerned about, except of this LTA stuff, Uncle Sam?
What's that? Well, look,
from this LTA stuff, is there anything in Nimba you're concerned about?
Look, clearly, I would like to see Ida Gonglo win the election, okay? But I know it's going to be a tough one, right? All I'm asking the people of Nimba and the Elections Commission and the other people who are involved to ensure that we have peaceful and a credible election. Okay. To put aside all of the animosities, all of the things, just whoever the people of Nimba decide to vote for, who gets the highest number of votes, that's the person that should be the next senator. And we should try to minimize any temptation for clashes, because the country has gone way beyond this. We've had several successive elections that we have done extremely well. We should not allow this one election to determine the status of our democracy, because we've worked too hard, we've done a whole lot, and we need to ensure that we have free and fair elections in Nimba County. That's my position.
Well, thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Dr. Bubla, let's hear you. Here we come again. Nimba, tomorrow this thing should be over. And what are some of your concerns?
Well, Stanton, I'd rather make a suggestion to you. I think the LTA internet issue affects not just Nimba or Supreme Court, it affects the whole country. We're being told that when they do these maintenance, they normally have a backup plan, but we don't hear about backup plan in the announcement that you send. So I wonder if it might be helpful to call an authority from LTA, the head of the LTA maybe, to say something to the nation about what they have in store as far as a backup. Is there a backup plan for this maintenance? Can this maintenance be moved from tomorrow to the 28th to a different time, since this is a critical week for Liberians? I think it would be helpful if we can have one of them on to say something.
Thank you, Dr. Bopler. Why would make these connections? Do you have anything else to add?
No. As far as them, I said what I had to say. We pray for peaceful elections. We believe it will be, and the people need to vote. I don't care how disenchanted you felt from the last set of elections. Every election have consequences, and it's about you, the ordinary person. So go vote anyway, so that you can help shape the outcome of your own future. Everybody in Nimba who is registered to vote should please go and vote tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Tama. Tama, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I'm just going to go right back to Nimba County because, when we come on this show, this platform, Stanton, being the biggest platform right now in Liberia, people are listening in Radio Land across the counties, across the districts, across Liberia. We have to be very mindful and intentional what communication we put out. Now, if we say, there's conflict mongering, where we put our fear in the minds of people, it is something that I will always advise against. Now, Dr. Brover struck something that's very important. The National Election Commission have done successive elections over the last 15, 20 years in Liberia. We know that there are challenges. We know that there has been challenges. We know that in the past in Nimba County, there have been challenges where people took ballots across, the Ivory Coast, across the borders. The presence of the police in Nimba County, I think people shouldn't feel that the police, first of all, is not the enemy of the population. I think the police presence should reassure people that they have security, they can get out there and vote peacefully. And that's what we should promote. Also, the additional thing I'm going to add to this is that I think all of the candidates have campaigned. The campaign season is over. It was closed yesterday. We should let the people of Nimba County go out there tomorrow, and we should encourage them to get out and cast their ballots. This election, it is basically a test case or a litmus test to our general election coming out in 2029. We need to continue this march to democracy, to perfect our democracy every time we have an opportunity to do so. And I'm glad you shared the LTA issues, Stanton. I'm glad to hear that this was a scheduled maintenance. But again, the outages is going to impact communication across the country. So if the LTA in their wisdom can push this back by at least 24 hours or 48 hours, it will reassure the population that this is not being done to muzzle anyone or to trample on free speech as it is being said out there. So that would be my take on the Nimba County vote, and I hope the best candidate win tomorrow so that Nimba County and the rest of Liberia can move forward. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Fubi. Let's hear you. While we stay in Nimba, let's hear you, Fubi. What are some of your concerns before we go to VP?
Look, I want people to understand security presence doesn't mean intimidation. So you can't say the securities are in Nimba to intimidate people because the security does not have mark on their faces to say we are supporting this candidate. So if you for another candidate, then you don't come out. And the voters that are also coming out, they don't have mark on their faces as to who they're going to vote for. So the securities are not there to intimidate voters. The country has been tension packed in the past weeks. So it's only prudent to have a huge security presence to ensure that everybody can have that confidence to go to the polls and vote their conscience, vote their candidate of their choice, and come out. So nobody should try to twist that because you don't have police to man every point. So at some point, the police rely on other security apparatus to support them. And that's why sometimes you see during some operations, you see the immigration join them, you see DEA join them. At some point, they bring the airfare. So these are all part of the joint security efforts to ensure peace. So I think that that's something commendable that we should be encouraging, and we shouldn't try to instill fear in people that the securities are there to intimidate people. No, it's not. That's not the intention for these security presence. They're there to help to calm the peace on their issues. You can easily run to one officer and say, look, we have issues here, come and help to put it under control. Then that should be something that we should encourage and start instilling fear in people. And on the overall, the people of Nimba are not noted for being people that are easily intimidated. They have always been resilient people, regardless of all that the country has gone through before during the 80s and the war. Nimba have always stood up. They have always been brave, strong, and courageous. And I think they will come out of this election with flying colors, choosing who they want to lead them for the next, let's say, eight or so years. That's something that we should all encourage. So Nimba, go out there tomorrow, do your thing, and don't be intimidated. Don't be carried away by political jargons from different political actors. You got it under control, and we trust your decision. Whoever you elect, we're going to wholeheartedly welcome the person and support the person, give be a why it may. So thank you.
Again, guys, we want to be grateful. We're making unnecessary contact to speak to folks from LTA. But let's bring in my brother from Data, Patrick. Brother Patrick?
Yeah, see, I don't know whether we're taking attention with the release from the LTA. The LTA announcement did not say there will be intermittent shortages. It said there will be national outage. So Fubi and my brother Tamba, they are wrong. It did not say there will be intermittent shortages, but national outage. Whereas I didn't want to operate, the other one is say national outage. But this is why sometimes we blame or we hold the government responsible for certain things. You see, policy making, you have to take into consideration the intricate variables involved of every decision you make. You are talking about national outage, just about time when people are going to make decisions in one of Liberia's most populated countries. And we saw how the campaign was. And we are hearing that securities are being deployed or they will be deployed. Look, the best method of public information dissemination in this area is through technology. If there would be national outage, the media institutions, those that are on the field, like KMTV, TV,
All right, so our brother Vendetta, we'll come back to you, VP. Your internet, LTA just heard you and they turn you off. LTA just heard you, VP, and they turn you off. I don't know whether this is intentional, but let's talk to Isaac. Isaac, right, talk to us on this issue.
So let me agree with a couple of speakers who asked for the service or the maintenance work to be pushed back like maybe 48 hours. It's quite important for national security. You know, when a communication system breaks down in the country, people are speculating, people are confused, you can get, and importantly, Stanton, the National Elections Commission depends on internet to transmit or transport the results from the precincts. So all of the magistrates, Nimba has two magisterial jurisdiction, Upper and Lower Nimba. So the magistrates in Upper and the magistrate in Lower is depending on his election supervisor to transmit the results by internet. They have a gadget that they punch in the numbers and send it to Sunny Quilly or to the headquarters of the Lower Nimba, the Lower and Upper Nimba. So already Liberia has a big internet challenge. This to speak about Nimba, District 3, District 4, District 5, are kind of porous in terms of movement, porous in terms of communication. So if you already have a communication problem in these very tech forest regions, like 3, 4, and 5, sometimes you have to go stand somewhere to communicate. Then you talk about national elections. You're talking about the results being transported or transmitted by internet service, and its internet is down. That bears a lot of questions. So it is good for the national government to take it as a national security issue and say, look, we can do maintenance now because we have Liberia's second largest populated county in terms of population and in terms of electorates going to crucial election for the Senate, that district, not just a district that got maybe 5 clients. You're talking about 9 electoral districts. You're talking about 39,000 persons going to vote in one district. So look at the number of persons going to vote. Communication coming out is delayed. Everybody will have doubts. So I want to join Tamba and Dr. Buble, push this maintenance for the sake of national security. Push it 48 hours more so that at least by Thursday, Friday, you can start. By that time, communication that is available will have allowed a lot of information to come from the field. So I don't have a lot to say. I don't want to be circumspect or be a little bit accusing and say, look, this thing is done, is meant to stop results from coming. But TR play, bar play, big towns in Nimba, ball play, Butuo, all those towns, no communication. It's difficult to get communication in there. Then you go into elections, everybody waiting for the results, and you say, oh, because internet and the results are postponed. Anybody will have that impression that it is manipulative, it is calculated internet with the intention of cheating. And you don't want that kind of thing to hang, like Dr. Bobler said. We have an excellent credential of successive elections, and you don't want Nimba to come up where the vice president comes from. You know, I'm sure as a president who's supposed to run the candidate, he doesn't want a result that will be hinged on manipulation, or if Koga will beat, let him beat fair. If you will win, let win fair, but you don't want results that is challenged. Thank you.
We thank you very much. Finish up, Vandana. You want to finish up, please. VP, finish up.
So I think many of the points. Yes, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like many persons have said, my understanding is that this information has been up since the 5th of April. That's what I've been told by a very good friend of mine, that this information has been out since April 5th. I don't know whether, and they're asking us to check on the website. I don't know whether this LTA release carries April 5th, date. If it is not, then it means there's a contradiction. But look, we want the government to have a good name. And the way to do that is to allow people follow the electoral process in Nimba. Any attempt to deny them the right to listen to media institutions online, not just Liberians at home. There are thousands of Liberians outside of this country. They follow events in this country by way of social media. International observers are there. You listen to Damo. Damo told you that it was unprecedented to have seen the influx of international observers in Nimba to follow this process. That speaks volumes that this is a trump card for 2029. If Liberians are denied the opportunity to make sound and informed decisions, or they do not have the opportunity to follow ongoing events in Nimba County, it means they can conclude that 2029 will not be an easy task. We don't want Liberians to start forming that notion that 2029 the people will regular election. They carry internet during a senatorial election. 2029 they will do more. We don't want that to happen. We are begging the government for its maintenance to allow the people vote so that information can come.
Again, the internet, LTA. Listen, only LTA can help us on the show, Vandela Patrick, and they are doing extremely well. Okay? When Vandela passes 2 minutes, LTA, call him up. Please, nobody should tell you. No, seriously, I didn't call him out. LTA called him up, you see? But nobody should tell him. So we want to say, okay, welcome to the show, Paul Kennedy. But man, for a long time, Moses Sandy, where have you been, man? How you doing, Moses?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Stanton.
Yeah, good. It's good to see you guys. We're trying to make connection here. I'm going to go in the back. I'm trying to bring someone on. So let's hear you, Paul Kennedy, then we'll go to Moses Sandy.
Thank you very much, Stanton. Good evening to my colleagues on the panel. Good evening to the Liberian people. Look, let me start by thanking the people of Nimba for exhibiting a high level of tolerance. And I will use the word tolerance because in politics, there are times when people speak things of other people and, it slips and it degenerates into violence, but they conducted weeks of campaigning without any major incident of violence. That speaks volume to our growing democracy. We really want to appreciate them for taking the lead. We are looking up to Nimba to continue to show us a high level of leadership when it comes to election practices to continue to strengthen our democracy in the region. One of the things that my colleague spoke about is the transference of information so that people who are not on the scene in Nimba can notice or can be a part of the process. So of course, I have no doubt in NEC. They probably have deployed all of the called election officials that are supposed to be on ground at the various places, and we want to thank them for that. But as Vandela said, let's hope that the data will be collected and shared, and the information on that can be shared. But one of the main reasons why I wouldn't want to cut short to say the absence of internet will have anything to do with the process is before we had internet, there were elections, right? I think the internet is very viable and needs to be on ground. But of course, we know the challenges we have in the country when it comes to internet thing. I may even be cut off if Stanton, two people can cut me off, either LTA or Stanton, of that. But we hope that whatever the glitches are, LTA is able to really fix it so that people can observe to see what's happening in Nimba. We have a lot to learn from the process, and being something that we'll be able to see all of the news media transmitting information at the same while it's unfolding will be a very helpful process into the election for those of us who will not physically be in Nimba. So I think it's a good start, and we should just work with all of the things we have on ground to make sure that everything is transparent and the effort of the Nimba people are heard.
Thank you very much. We've been making contact with LTA. We will be bringing someone from LTA to speak today. I also heard they got a press release coming up. We're going to share the press release. It's really important for us to discuss this issue. Then we get in contact with those in authority. I want to come to my brother Cindy before we flip over to LTA to hear what they have to say. Brother Cindy, again, welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's hear you on the Nimba election / the LTA.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stanton. I want to say hi to all of the panelists, and just want to salute all of you for your input. Stanton, I'm here just briefly. I just want to make a statement, and then I will leave it short. We have strived for peace since the war ended in Liberia for more than 2 decades now, almost going to 2 decades or more. I think the worst thing to do as Liberians is to start to, to look for a way where we will instill confusion again in our country. The elections in Nimba County is like any other election that have been conducted in Liberia, except for where Akaros Gray is telling me now that he's not satisfied with the election commission that they themselves commissioned to be in there. But I want to be appreciative to the election commission of Liberia because they did an extraordinary job when Mr. Gray government was in power. And then up to now, we have the same commission in place. So in Nimba County, Stanton, as you may know,
my internet going over.
Yeah, because when the county show, only I can talk, but I'm the internet to go up.
I said,
yeah, they got nothing to say. Every day are carols. So I just spoke to Garrison Yedu and he confirmed on the local radio station at AFL are deployed in the strategic for 4 years as I speak to you. So maybe stand up and get to him.
CEO, are you following?
Sorry, guys. I beg you. We're still talking. Let them just finish. If not, then I'm trying to bring folks from LTA on. Yeah, so LTA is a minute too. Yeah. So, but let's go back, Uncle Sam. Let's wrap this thing up. Before Uncle Sam, great man. Cindy, before he went off, he went directly for your Jackal of A. Great man.
What? Yeah. What did he say? Because I only
No. So, if you didn't hear what he said, then we move.
Yeah, I think so. I think we should move. No need backpedaling.
Basically, when you say people that great, I mean, I can dignify that man. I mean, I should not even share the same platform that just because they show here. When they come to discuss national issue in the country, I will tell him this is a radio station. I'm gonna respond to him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So for Uncle Sam, wait, guys, I beg you, brother. I beg you, my brother. I'm trying to bring in information that the nation has to talk about LTA. We having a conversation with them. We want to bring about the press release. We want to talk about now what that the booklet asked for. So I just beg everyone. Then from there we'll move on to other subject. Should we do that? Uncle Sam, let me come to you. Can you finish up on that while I upload these?
Yeah. So basically, I mean, what we've been seeing is getting to the LTA, and the LTA is what it should have done. They're doing it now. I think they want to come on. They want to come on. I think they want like Jassy Burfey, who was the communications director over there. She will come on. She will also send the documents to Stanton, and then she will be available to answer a lot of questions that we have. I think it's just a matter of Stanton making the direct contact with her now, and then she's going to come on.
Yeah, so she agreed to come on, Uncle Sam. I'm just trying to upload this document now. It's a press release. Actually, it was issued since. So let me just bring her on. Then we can just take it from there. Guys, please bear with us. She have agreed to come on. Let me bring her on. The name is Jassy. Jassy, you live, you're on Spoon. Thank you very much for taking my call. Can you properly introduce yourself and what become of this LTA announcement we are discussing today?
All right. I'm Jassy Burfey. I'm Director of Public Affairs at the LTA. I've been there since 2013, and the LTA is doing well. Thank you.
Good. We came across, the election is taking place tomorrow. The ruling of the Supreme Court will be on Wednesday. We came across this announcement, LTA Allied. The LTA has announced that there would be a nationwide internet outage from April 22nd to April 28, 2025, due to its scheduled maintenance and the relocation of Liberia undersea fiber optic cable, the Africa Coast to Europe ACE cable. As a result, internet connectivity across the country may be unavailable or significantly affected during this period. What say you?
All right, I'm wondering where you got that release from, because as Public Affairs Director, I haven't sent anything out to anybody like that. But we have scheduled this this outage. Has been somewhat planned for several months now. What we've been trying to do is to repair the damage on the ACE cable landing in Liberia. I'm trying to speak in simple English.
Thank you.
What happens is these undersea cables, they can be easily destroyed by, let's say, rocks, by the movement in the sea, in the seabed, by different things that can disrupt these things. Now, they're heavily protected, but in the center of it, that's where the delicate component lies. And it's encased very well, but even with that, undersea cables can be destroyed. Now, what we've been working on is like sitting on a time bomb, actually, because we know that this ACE cable needed repair, but we will try. So it's kind of like a band-aid solution, but we've been trying to schedule the real repair of it, and it's taken some time. Why? Because of where it landed in Liberia, right down there by PHP. And unfortunately, the monument was placed over it, even though we have communication to show that we tried to let the last government know that this would not be a good idea. But it's not a political thing. Right now, what we're trying to do is a scheduled repair. And because of that, months and months ago, we had preparations with Orange and C Squared to provide connectivity, cross-border connectivity from the Ivory Coast terrestrial, so that the country would not go down altogether. We had hoped this would have happened about a month ago, but it was actually deferred till now because of the discovery of, where exactly it landed, and we have to find a way to have an alternative route to lay the cable so that it can, be properly anchored in Liberia. And, we've done well. I think the CCL, Cable Consortium of Liberia, headed by Henry Benson, who happens to be a former commissioner of engineering at LTA, he's at the helm over there. In fact, shortly before we spoke, Stanton, I sent you a soundbite of former Commissioner Benson, and that would be interesting for you to play to your audience.
Sure.
Because he sent me that this evening and asked me to distribute it and edit it. But I sent you the unedited version so you can see we have absolutely nothing to hide or protect. There's no political instrumentality or timing in this whole thing. It's purely technical, and I've been reading up a lot on it because I'm not really a technical mind, but I know consumers need to know.
So let me ask you real quick, Jassy, thank you very much for even speaking to this, and please consider the guys' question, one question each. But let me ask you though, last month this information came up last month, and it was even on the front page Africa newspaper. You say you have not seen it. When last you put out information concerning outages in Liberia?
We had a brief story, but what you read to me was not what I personally put out or signed. Nobody can tell you, say, I sent that to them or I signed that. What I just sent to you right now is what I'm going to sign tomorrow and distribute. So you can quote me on that because you and I are talking and you can see the thread came from me to you, and there's nothing politically tied to this whole thing. It's very technical. In fact, I'm hoping Commissioner Benson will allow me to get to the Freeport tomorrow, where the ship will be landing, because I want to get there and maybe do some reports from there, and it's going to be like an 8-day process. I want you to play that audio, what I sent you from him.
Sure, I'm about to play. You know what? That would be the best thing. I'm going to play. Hold on 1 minute. Dr. Bobler, you asked me to call LTA. LTA is on the line. We're going to give you and two other individuals one question each to excuse her.
Absolutely.
Play this.
Absolutely.
Dr. Bobler?
Yes.
Dr. Bobler, are you with us? Uncle Sam, can you come in while Dr. Bobler reconnect?
Yeah. Okay. Look, Jassy Murphy. Good evening. Welcome to Spoon. Nice to talk to you. Look, yeah, ma'am. Is there any way that this thing could be rescheduled for like a few days from now, so as to allay the concerns of the public about the events tomorrow in Nimba and the Supreme Court ruling on Wednesday? Is there a way that it could be delayed for a couple of days, or are there technical reasons why it cannot be delayed?
Sam, I don't want you to panic at all. There will be Orange is totally prepared for tomorrow and Wednesday. And
we missed that, Jassy. You said, Jassy, sorry, we missed that. You had a little glitch. You said they are totally prepared for what?
To give coverage, internet coverage, so you can have access to what's going on nationwide.
Okay.
There's absolutely no need to panic. This thing has been planned for months, and we were trying to get it done before the rains, and the rains are not actually here now, but it's rainy season, and this, it's going to happen. We are going to cut off the ACE cable for the repair, and there's very delicate equipment that's arriving at the free port on this ship. And they have some very technical guys who know what they're doing, and I'm going to try and get there with some cameras and stuff to do some videoing so I can really break it down to everybody, what's going on. But I tell you now, there's no need to panic. There's nothing political behind it, and Orange is ready to provide the services that are needed for everyone to stay connected.
Just again, let me squeeze in Dr. Bopler and Honorable Gray very quick because we got to let you go. But again, yes, indeed, it was very important that you show up today, and I really, really appreciate you. Let me bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, you went off. We have Jassy, Madam Jassy Burford on from LTA.
Right, and I'm glad, Jassy, thank you for coming on and bringing some clarity. I think it sources the concerns of Liberians some. I wasn't clear though on the backup plan. I know it has been planned a long time. So is there a backup plan in place that will mitigate all of the challenges that might come with disruption because of lack of internet? I missed it. I apologize if you already addressed it, but if you can just answer that again. Is there a backup plan? So while you're doing your maintenance, that will still be okay?
Yes, sir. Orange has cross-border connectivity at the Ivorian border. Orange is international, so they, that's a strong hold right in the Ivory Coast there, the Francophone countries, So they're going to give us some terrestrial internet services, so we'll be able to keep everybody connected. And C-Squared have been given the permission to do what they need to do, and I really don't see anything going wrong, Doc. We have cross-border connectivity. I've been out to the border. I've seen, what goes on there. Liberia will not be cut off. We will not be cut off. Okay. Probably, there may be a little bit of diminished connectivity, but we're not going to be blacked out, for sure. I mean, we've had meetings after meetings after meetings on this. And I'm telling you, Orange is prepared, and that's, basically it. I mean, if you have any more questions, I could answer, but I don't want to dig too deep before I get buried, but they are going to provide a fair market value to everybody else, ISPs and to Lone Star, so that they can continue to serve their customer base too. Okay?
Good. Thank you. That's very encouraging. I appreciate it.
Dr. Colonel Gray, you go last on the one. Guys, we cannot take everyone. Please bear with us. Honorable Gray, you go last on this one, please.
Yeah, I listened well to her when she said there will be some a little bit diminished connectivity. Let me just put it in quote unquote. A little bit diminished connectivity. There will be, she has confirmed that there will be some problem. She has not been able to say how many days this maintenance process is ongoing for.
No. Okay.
Now, so when she said there will be a little bit diminished connectivity.
Hold on 1 minute, Jassy. Please allow Honorable Gray to finish, then you can finish up, please.
Absolutely. Sorry.
No problem. When she said there will be some little bit of diminished connectivity, she has not been able to say the magnitude. I see it being polished. That means that there could be a magnitude. She has to polish it as a public relations specialist for the entity. So what would be the level of diminished connectivity and how many days this problem is going to last?
Thank you, Honorable Gray. Now, if you get him well, did you understand the question? Did you hear him well?
Yes, I think I did. Yes, absolutely. It's going to be an 8-day process. It's not going to be more than 8 days, but it's going to be up to 8 days. And I mean, we all use internet every single day. Most of us in our lives now, it's a necessity, And even with our everyday use, that sometimes the internet fluctuates. So when I say diminished, I use it I use it in a professional way to say that, you're not going to get 100% all the time, and we don't get that now anyway. Liberia has very good connectivity. We have low latency, which means that we get we can watch movies and stuff. The buffering is low. We don't take a lot of time to get across to what we want to see, and I tell you with confidence that we're set, we're prepared. We prepared for this. It's nothing coming by surprise. It's a scheduled maintenance that we deferred until now. It was supposed to happen before, but because we found out that we couldn't just avert the landing site, we had to get repairs done to run a whole new cable line. That's what caused us to have it up to now. It was supposed to have been done a few months ago, But I don't want anyone to panic. I tell you right now, there's absolutely no need. We're not going to be out of connectivity. It's for a week maximum. We have experts on board that ship. They're bringing some very delicate equipment. They're going to work diligently, and we will get through this. I'm sorry that it happens. People might want to make it political, the Nimba this and the Supreme Court that, but no, it wasn't planned. And
so let me squeeze in, Jassy, let me squeeze in, because this is what I just want you to confirm that this is what you sent me. I just posted this. Is up on the show. Notice issued by the LTA February 2025. Am I correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, I told you now I wanted to change the date. I wrote it way back then.
Okay, because it says the Liberia Telecommunication Authority hereby gives notice that technical repair work on the ACE cable is scheduled for the period March 12 through 20, 2025. So you just need to change the date, but everything remains the same, correct?
Yes. I told you, my dear, I told you that this stuff, I'm sending it to you, and I'm sending it to you officially from me to you, but of course I'm going to change and sign it tomorrow, but I'll let you know how much work I did on it way back then.
Okay. Well, but again, we want to say thank you very much for your time, and thank you for sending this information. I'm going to play the audio you sent in also for us to hear. Who's the gentleman, or who's speaking in the audio, please?
It's Henry Benson. He is the boss at CCL, the Cable Consortium of Liberia. I can also text you his number in case you'd like to speak to him tonight. I'm sure he won't mind me doing that.
Please do.
Okay?
We will be very grateful.
And then you can call him, and he can give you further clarification. But remember, he's an engineer now, so he might not be able to break it down, as well. But I think what he said there, I sent you the unedited raw stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so he was like, Jassy, I'm sending it to you, dear. I want you to, you use what you see, but I sent it to you, Spoon, because we have absolutely nothing to hide.
No, but I really do appreciate. Let me go ahead and listen to it, and allow the nation to listen to it.
Text you
Jassy, it's a good way to have this conversation, and everybody will go home feeling relieved. Thank you a lot. We appreciate you.
Yes. All right. God bless you. Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter to you. All right. So let's listen to Henry again. Hold on, guys. Let me get to Jassy here while we listen to Henry. I hope that we are getting something from this LTA. There we go. Let's listen.
In furtherance to the exercise we embarked upon at the PHP sports complex, we are now progressing to the second phase of that work. So let the public be reminded that the only reason we embarked upon this was to reroute the cable. Currently, we have the optical fiber running underneath the sports stadium and terminating at the manhole at the BUIC complex. And when we had the shunt fault in August of last year, there was no way we could access that cable. And up to today, the cable still has a fault. It's just that we've kind of put a bandage on it to make sure that it gets sustained until we can bring in a new cable, splice it out, and have a brand new connectivity. So tomorrow we have a ship currently en route to Liberia, and tomorrow that ship lands in Liberia. So it's going to dock at the free port of Monrovia on Tuesday, the 22nd of April tomorrow. And once the ship docks into Liberia, we're going to have offloading of very dedicated equipment. So those equipment will be stored at the CCL compound and then at the PHP beach. And on Wednesday, April 23rd, the actual work is going to begin. In terms of timing, we think this is going to run up to 8 days. Hopefully, we're going to have it sooner than that, but based on the trajectory of things, the event, and the processes that are now put in place, we think we can achieve this by or before that time frame. But again, it's just technical issue. Things can happen.
Thanks to Benson. We will call him. I beg for us to proceed. It's after 11. Uncle Sam, I think we come to a place that, hey, did she or LTA not calm the storm, the anxiety, Uncle Sam? Why say you? Let's close up on the LTA. Okay, let me hold my own for last time, but what say you, Uncle Sam?
No, but Stanton, we did have a big. I mean, you really did the public a big favor, and by extension, LTA. They should have gotten ahead of this. I don't know what's going on LTA, but now it is becoming logical. It's apparent that this is something technical that is logical and that it is necessary. But the way it appeared before, without reaching out to the public, without giving the public an inclination of what is going on, so there's a lot of speculation. But thank God that they came, and they should just thank Spoon, that Spoon was able to do this great service for them to inform the public and to minimize the anxiety that was going. Even in my own mind, there was a lot of anxiety.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, but I know Henry Benson is a professional, and I hope and pray that that they work and they can minimize the disruption to the Liberian people, because if there any major disruption, some demagogues out there can exploit it, and they can exploit the politics in it.
No, thank you, Uncle Sam. Again, it's also good. We'll get time to speak to Henry Benson, but let's make this round. Dr. Bopla, your 30 seconds. How good is this? Are this information coming forth now? We just spoke to LTA through the communication director or communication person. We get allowed to talk to Henry Benson. The audio is here. The new announcement, even was given to Spoon firsthand. She confirmed it. What say you, Dr. Bopla? Are you okay?
Well, I want to say I appreciate you for the outreach to Jassy. I think it was very helpful for the conversation tonight. She's an excellent journalist and a good communicator. I think the substance of what she said is important, and that there seemed to be preparation for backup. So at first, it seemed like this was going to be, quote unquote, like a blackout. But now it seems like there has been preparation made where things may not run as fast as it was, speed, or there may be some delay, but we have connectivity, and that's the important part. We have connectivity. So we'll hold her to that. She spoke on behalf of the LTA, and I think that's good enough for me.
Thank you very much. Let's hear you, Tamba.
Yes, Stanton, thank you. First of all, I think the clarification really helped, to address the public fears and public concerns that were raised earlier about this story, Stanton. But also the mere fact that she's disputing the press release that we reference to, speaks to something we have to also verify these kind of stories, because these kind of stories have national implication. But when I read it through an FPA today, Stanton, this was issued by the Cable Consortium of Liberia, and that is the Benson Fellow she did mention in her clarification. So I'm glad she came up. She provided clarification for the public to know that there may be some disruption. But there's a backup plan so that people have internet connectivity. Now I'm going to hit on them a little bit. This is where I always say, if you are in public service, You don't have to wait until you are put in a corner before you come out to communicate. This is not a favor to the public. These people have to be out there. She's a great communicator, by the way, but they have to be out there. They have to be proactive to inform the public on what is happening when it comes to this national infrastructure, like water, like internet connectivity, electricity, and things like that. So people know exactly they can plan ahead. Someone can get a VPN or they can get a Starlink if they have the means. But people who can afford these things, they don't know that they're going to be without an internet, intermittently for the next 8 days. So I'm glad we provided clarity for the public, but we need to hold their feet to the fire going forward. Are there going to be more intermittent outages in the near future? Is a question that I would have loved to ask her and to ask the LTA Stanton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, standby. We got to rush through this because we got 3 other stuff to do. We'll be talking about the Supreme Court JMB trip, and then we'll be wrapping this thing up in Nimba County. Thanks very much, standby. Honorable Gray, you brought this conversation out. Yes, it's on the front page, Africa, but thank God we went directly to LTA, and here we are with information.
Look, let me say this to you. I don't believe them. Let me repeat myself. They're sugarcoating what they said. Front page Africa has broken the news. It took them almost 24 hours. In fact, they sent you a press release that is not signed. Okay. And she said that's the press release they're about to issue to the public. The next thing, if you listen to Henry Benson, a very good friend of mine, Benson restrictively spoke of the PHP pipe constructed on the cable. She went beyond that. That's why I say as a PRO officer, she tried to sugarcoat it. You can replay her. She did not restrict the argument to the PHP pipe that Benson did. She went beyond. Like in the ocean, there are other things, and we got to do this, we got to do that, and all of those things. Look, secondly, why now? Why the election tomorrow? Why the Supreme Court ruling on Wednesday? Okay, and the 2 results will be all at the same time. Technically, the public will get to know whether it's unofficial results from the national election, from the results in Nimba County. Okay, why this time? They are concerned. She sugarcoated that there will be internet problem beginning tomorrow. That's not debate about that. Okay, and the reason why I don't believe anything from this government, I'm sorry, I respect her a lot and respect Benson, because JMB, the car inside a Pike, incorrect. We are 2 cars in Jerry today to the airport. They lied to buy $1 million car. So they lie about everything.
We will get the electoral stuff on LTA.
I don't believe a war coming from the LTA. Tomorrow there will be internet challenges. Let the people get ready for that.
Thank you. Honorable Grace, thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, let's take this round like this. Let me give you your 1 minute, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, this is the lady was very articulate in informing us that this is a regular standing service, maintenance service protocol, and that in fact, there's a ship that had to be contacted with people and consultants to come from out of the country. We all know that couldn't have happened in the daytime. So just like Tamat said, the only problem I would scratch my head on is that they were not proactive in managing or providing the information to the Liberian people. Like in my area in Silver Spring, if they are doing any cable work, they are going to shut the electricity down or the utility down, whether water or telephone. They're going to let you know tomorrow or next week or next month, this day, you will be out of service for 2 hours, for 9 hours, for 10 hours. That way, when it happens, you are not speculating about it. You are not, thinking and making stories. So I want to advise them going forward. This is, a more technologically savvy world now. Everybody got information at their fingertip. Even if you're not making press releases, just write something on your Facebook page. Listen, we are going to shut down for this place at this hour for this length of time, and everybody will understand you. But what they are doing is not unprecedented. It is a regular, maintenance service that has to be done. Let them do it and improve the quality of our internet we got in the country center.
Thank you very much, Paul. My brother VP, let's hear you. Are you okay with the information received?
this is a damage control mechanism. I'm not carried away by her eloquence or whatever. The issue a press statement. I don't know whether some of you are following. You know, she issued a press statement in March. The maintenance was supposed to take place from March something to the 12th. It did not take place. Did they come to the public to inform us why it did not take place and where the new one would take place? They did not. They did not do that. She wants to condemn the information that was put up here. That is a blatant lie. The date, the schedule for maintenance to take place is the 23rd, 22nd and the 23rd. So she just confirmed it that the maintenance will take place from the 22nd to the 23rd. This is a pure control mechanism. Are they taking into consideration too, with reference to our airport? Flights are going to be landing in this country. They need internet to communicate with the control tower. That's one. Another thing is the fact that I don't really understand whether this was a made-up story or what. I don't understand. But look, you work for public institution. You know very well that during this time of the year, there will be election. And the timing, I want to mention about timing. You were to carry on this maintenance in March. It did not. And you did not come to the public. And in fact, when the public went after certain information, you tried to discredit that. But the dates have not been changed. For me, they need to explain more. Somebody asked about the backup plan. She did not explain in detail how this backup plan will take place. Which service provider is going to carry on the function of the LTA? They just talk about there will be a backup plan. How? Is it 2 hours? Is it 3 hours? Is it going to be a whole day? So still the LTA has not been able to clarify. This PRO has not been able to clarify substantially to tell us how this backup plan. She just may also understand, you know, Liberia will not be disconnected. Granted, but your press statement is saying that maintenance will be carried out. The people are only here for 2 days. So how is this backup plan going to be? How are we going to be affected throughout the 2 days? If the backup plan is going on, how is it going to be beneficial to us? And by what time? Morning hours or evening?
Thank you, VP. VP, thank you very much. But Fubi, let's hear you, Brother Harris, and let's hear you.
Yeah, so thanks. Thanks to Jassy and Henry Benson. They did a good job by dispelling some of the fear that our guys are trying to instill in the public about the internet shortage and other stuff. And look, Jassy did mention the backup plan from Ivory Coast that they got to present a fair market value cost to both the service provider. So you can say she didn't say that. If you didn't understand her fair, but she said, she clearly stated that. And look, Nimba election, the Supreme Court ruling got nothing to do with the internet, got nothing to do with disrupting those things. And those two major events would not turn the country upside down. Whether you have internet or you don't have internet. So we shouldn't try to create panic messages in the atmosphere to make it look like if you don't have internet tomorrow, the country going to burn because of Nimba election or the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court ruling will not change anything in the country. The country is going to be normal, going to move on. Nimba election will be peaceful. The securities are on the ground to help ensure peaceful election. And NEC will announce the result, will accept the outcome of the race. So LTA schedule stuff. People have this maintenance schedule, like to say they were planning for March. Probably because the equipment they were expecting did not arrive in March. It will be arriving tomorrow. So if it arrives tomorrow, definitely they have the reason now to carry out the maintenance schedule. So you can't say because they didn't arrive in March or the damage control. The guys have to do their technical work regardless of what happened in the country. So even if you never have Supreme Court ruling tomorrow, they will still come to do their work once you have some of these things. I understand these things when you have, if in companies, sometimes you plan certain things to happen and you're waiting for certain consignment to arrive, either by sea or by air. If they don't arrive, you have to change the plan and make sure you do it the time they arrive. So these things are real things will happen. So we should commend the LTA for even trying to come up to even make everything. Thank you.
Kobe, thank you very much. I'm trying to squeeze in time for us to get to the rest of the conversation today. My brother Ase and Moses Sandy.
Yeah, so let me come in briefly. I think I understood from Chassis, this is a schedule or routine maintenance, except that they didn't give the information adequately to the public. So reaching out, Stanton, I think it helped to allay the fears. Everybody will have some doubts in the absence of the information provided by Jesse and Benson. I was speaking with Joe Small, who worked with the LTA, and Joe is a technical for 11 years. He worked there. The contractors who are doing the maintenance are not Liberians. So LTA has some inconveniences in getting them into the country. There will not be a total shutdown of internet service, as Jesse said, based on what I also got from Joe Small. There will not be a total shutdown. And Orange and Lone Star too, obviously have some redundancy in their services. They need to check them up. So the engineers are on grounds. Let us all hope that is meant for. My only doubt, my only concern was where Jesse said, "How do you get the fresh information?" That's the information pressing. So it was the conflictual. Something else is in the press, and then Benson sent another one to her to change date. So the networking was not proper, and then anybody could write on it and say, "Look, something suspicious is up for is in the making." But again, I believe that this is an exercise that we all should be up for. We improve the country's internet system. Liberia, other African country with that kind of very poor internet service, I think is bad. I mean, you get it in the schools, you can get internet in the banks. But again, I'm also understanding that the ATM system, the banks will not go down, as Fendela said, because of the maintenance work between the next 8 days. But again, we all be hopeful that it is meant for the proper maintenance and not anything surreptitious.
Again, thank you very much, Ase. Moses, you want to finish up on this?
Yeah. So I think Jesse and the technocrat who came out were very clear. There should be no panic. I think this is a clever move by Akara Gray and the CDC to instill fear in the Liberian people that the defeat that is coming out tomorrow in Nimba will be it's going to be manipulated by this internet stuff. There's no panic. The letter is clear. We are going to be having internet service in Liberia, and that's going to happen. This is clear, and the election in Nimba County, the results will come out very clearly. We'll all know who's going to win the election. So until we get back to the Nimba issue, I will wait until you bring me on, because this is why I came on our year purposely for.
Again, thanks to everybody. Let's wrap this thing up. On Nimba issue, we'll push this thing to 12 midnight, which will be 8 o'clock our time, Eastern time, USA. If you have to leave, we'll understand, but we're going to push it to 12 midnight. And I think that we're done with the LTA issue. Thank God that LTA reached out. This is how we need to work, folks. We can disagree on politics. We can disagree on policy, but this is how we need to work. Now we can question why is it too late? Why the information just came through because we're pressurized. That's fine. But this is how we need to work. And I applaud the LTA folks for this. And I really do appreciate that. Now we will see which direction they will take next. Let's go back to briefly let's brush off on the president trip. The president had he made some changes in his schedule because he wanted to be back in the country on Wednesday. The election is Tuesday. You read on Executive Mansion website, the president leaves today. He left already. He will be returning on Wednesday. Something strange, right? The president used his old vehicle, not the new one, not the Lexus. Why? Let me throw everything out there. The president didn't go on private jet this time around. The president went on Kenya Airways because we announced that he will be traveling on private jet, but it was little change because we have information reaching out and we just cannot disclose and put all those documents. I don't do those things I used to do because I since repented not to put on this information because sometimes it damages our sources. So I'm a repentant child, Dr. Pope. Thank you for praying for me on this one. And I think the Lord have answered your prayer, Dr. Pope. So the president went on Kenya Airways. The vehicle used was the old motorcade vehicle, not the new one. We saw the president taking off. Spoon was there, actually, like we always do. JMB, that's our old man. We are grateful to go. Dr. Pope, let me start with you. Something new. It's the ECOWAS program in Ghana, but he went on, Kenya Airways. He also make a change in the schedule. to be in the country prior to the ruling from the Supreme Court. Let's talk about JFB trip. That's a book plan.
So, Stanton, my understanding is that the Kenya Airways was not a charter flight. Am I correct? It was not a charter flight. Okay. Which is a step in the right direction. I applaud the president. You know, I wrote an article some time back, and I said we can't do all the things we want to do because we just can't afford it. I see no way for the rescue mission to rescue anything significant in this country if we will not make sacrifices. The president is the president. When he steps down, in a way, he is the president of the Republic of Liberia, no matter how he got there. So, you know, cutting back on some of those expenses is sensible. And so I applaud him for that. And I hope that continues to be the way forward. We have to pay attention more than lip service to the plight of the majority of our citizens because they're very poor. Every time we spend an unnecessary dollar in the top echelon, we are denying so many people at the bottom tier of our citizenry. We must be intentional to our action. Words are not enough. Long speeches are not enough. Even good programs on paper are not enough if one is not translating into action that affect people's lives. So the cut back on the top, I continue to say that, is necessary so that we have more resources available for those at the bottom, and that's the majority of our citizens. I applaud the president. You know, I wish him well in his travels, and I hope there will be a shift, not just from him, but from others. Let's cut back on the wastage and let's redirect the resources on the lower echelon of Liberian citizenry.
Well, before I leave you, right, because you went exactly within your time frame. So the argument that maybe Muhammad sent playing for him, maybe his friend sent playing, you think the president push all that aside because the optic will even be worse? Just to know that president Trump with the foreign minister of best loyalty, my own family member and friend Kofi Woods and Molly Kamar, the president and his whole team. You know, I can tell you how many people went with this president on this trip that we know of. But the president put aside all of that. Oh, that's a book, right? And whether you want to volunteer to give him plane, it's not adding up. People will say, well, Joe, you know that argument that we made before. You are appointing the president today. So are you confirming, or maybe do you think the president will have a change of mind tomorrow to try private jet, fly on private jet? I mean, I just want you to go further a little bit, Dr. Bobla.
Right. And so I don't know what the president would do. I'm sure you know I'm not one of his advisors. But what I will say,
the extended advisor, Dr. Bobla.
What I will say is that this is a move in the right direction. I hope the president will stay away from charter private jets, especially if we're paying with Liberian people's money, because we just can't afford it at this time. I hope it also cut back on his delegation. All of those things, that kind of frugal way of managing, it resonates. People look at leaders and they emulate their good examples. And I think the president have the capacity to do that. So I hope he will continue to look. We got less than 5 years left. I'm telling you, if we don't do the right thing by the people now, Stanton, the time will lapse and we'll be scratching our heads and saying what happened. We don't want to we don't want to rescue to be rescued. So let's do the things that are best for the people. And that's one of them, cutting back on the unnecessary expenditure.
We don't know why he didn't use the new bulletproof Lexus, but we'll get there. Uncle Sam, let's hear you on the president trip.
Okay. I expected when this president came to power, in view of all of the negative assertions against President George Weah, where they claim that he was living a fabulous life and all of that, I would have expected a more restrained kind of lifestyle for President Joseph Boyka. Okay. But it didn't happen. I think that horse has fled the barn already. I mean, they're taking pictures of President Joseph Boyka with his Ferragamo shoes, with his Stetson hat, with his fancy attire, getting in a private jet. I think that horse has left the barn. If he's trying to recalibrate and do something different to give a new optic, good for him, good for the country. It will be great for our budget. It will be good for spending. But I don't think this is going to last beyond 1 or 2 trips, because I'm going to tell you something. I've been around presidents for a long time. And once you get to a certain level of enjoyment, certain level of privilege, certain level of whatever, it is difficult to put that cat back in the bag. So look, let's just face it. Joseph Boycott is not like Magufuli from Tanzania, who was very Spartan, did a lot of things. Look, the only thing that Joseph Boycott did and got prominence all over the world when he suspended over 400 of his officials for not declaring and publishing their assets. Look how far that went. Imagine if he had gotten up out of the running blocks, okay, January 20th, and start doing something substantial in terms of, waging a war on waste, okay, prosecuting corrupt people, just getting the whip and putting things in line. But guess what? The narrative out there now is not about Joseph Boycott being different from the person that he was excoriating. He's exactly the same. His officials are exactly the same. They're doing exactly the same thing. And corruption is all over the place. Every single day you wake up in the morning on the internet, someone has stolen this amount of money, someone has stolen that amount of money. This is not a rescue government. Let's just face it. Okay, that horse left the barn a long time ago, and it's just not about politics and politics and politics. And when the elections come in 2029, I hope I'm alive. It will not be because there's a deep contrast between the CDC and the UP, but it will be because of personal interest, as is always in all elections in Liberia.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Mr. Gray, Honorable Gray.
Star, thank you very much. Well, let me say this. I'm not moved by President Boycott around private, public flight or whatsoever. The last time we were on the show, any public flight, I remember we were on the show a few months ago. And we're even discussing how many persons went away in business class and came by in a private jet. Okay? So what new about he riding a passenger plane, private jet, and going by the passenger plane? That news there. The rare news, that the news where the EPS director lied, that the 2 bulletproof vehicles that were 10 or 3, but 2 President Weah used and 10 or besides the 3rd one that Ellen had. Today, President Boycott used the 2 bulletproof vehicles. Instead, they were dilapidated. The condition was terrible. They could not be used, but President Boycott used it and went to Babolu and came back with it. Today, again, they want to hear your news outlet and all the news outlet. They put a flash on it. Why should we believe this government lies? Why should we rather believe the government? I don't believe anything from President Boycott to say when he's getting on private jet to go to Ghana, and after 2 days he will be running back to Liberia, 1 day and a half to Liberia because the Supreme Court ruling. Okay, I'm not moved by that. And the other thing I wanted to say, CEO, I will not say on the platform here and people who go live can only get 100 people witnessing them, can't talk because Akaros go on the platform. You get 100 people witnessing you. Akaros is a newsmaker, so you call it need a big news. So I can understand when you count the platform, oh, Akaro great, Akaro great. Now Akaro you talk about, he said, man, it's another again, but he's discussing everywhere he goes.
So Senator, I'll give you your time. Honorable Gray, I'll give you your time. Please allow us. Senator just came to speak to the LTA issue, right? He never came to attack you, right? Let's do this sometime and get other views. Can you hear me? On the LTA
is what we should do about the LTA issue.
No, I said Senator came to discuss the LTA issue. So sometimes let's just entertain.
Oh, you're going for LTA business and he won't review, he can get.
Senator said Nimba. He said Nimba.
It is
LTA.
My man, stand up. No, seriously, it's a privilege
But
for
but 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 so Senator, I think I just sent you a message.
Akaris,
Senator, I sent you.
let end the show go.
And I usually remember my neck that you don't want to me.
I sent you a message, Senator. You can look at my message because I got some meeting coming up.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Tamba.
On a very serious note, I get a sad talk to somebody who get 100% on their Facebook page. But on a very serious note, I will say this much. President Boakai is doing nothing new. Nothing has changed. The rare news that to lie about the vehicles that they are dilapidated, they cannot move, and today he's using the same vehicle to go to the airport. What the United Party people on the show will say tonight? Some of you who support United Party and defending every day, your turn are waiting for you. I keep talking about.
Thank you.
But Moses, sometimes you can tell that we are liberal for real.
Moses, you will not interrupt. You know, we beg you. Yeah. Let hear you, Tamba, please. Guys, 1 minute only. We got about 25 minutes left to go. Please, everyone. Tamba.
All right, Stanton, where's the equity? 2 minutes. Okay, thank you.
No, 1 minute. Quick. Let's do this. We got too much to talk about. Please, let's squeeze them in.
Okay, I'm going to try to time myself. I think, first of all, the outrage about our President Joseph Nimba Boakai taking a private jet to travel is coming from our social economic position right now as a country. We still have an economy that is still not out of the woodworks. We have unemployment that is high among young people, especially college graduates. And we still have corruption issues and corruption cases coming up almost every day, across government functionaries, ministries, and things like that. So when we see a president who is trying to rescue, according to the agenda and to the vision he set out for this country, to rescue this country, going back to those issues, then it disappoints people. But I want to talk a little bit, not today, maybe, hopefully, why we are going to change our strategy on how we view the presidency and what we should be doing. A private jet example may not be a deal breaker if the economy is doing better, if we have the resources, if we have jobs, right? Maybe even a private jet is something, a jet or airplane is something that we need to have for Liberia so that the president can travel regionally. But given the time factor, Stanton, I want to make sure our colleagues get a chance to chime in. But I'm glad that the president has taken note of wise man changes. If this is intentional to see him riding commercial and using his old vehicles, that's also good news. But what are we going to do with those new vehicles now that we have purchased for the presidency? Repurpose them or put them somewhere where they can be of use to this country? Thank you, Stanton.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tamba. I just have a quick question, though. Did Sergey said those vehicles were in use? The one that the president had? Did he say it wasn't in use? You can answer, but let's make some progress here. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, let us be a little considerate here. We are talking about the president of Liberia. I, as a person, would never expect that the president will always fly private jet, but I also don't want to ridicule my president to always flying a commercial jet. For instance, from here to Praia in Cape Verde, if you fly straight from Ravafi there, it's 2 hours and 6 minutes on a private jet. If you took a commercial jet, they'll first of all take you to Ghana, then they'll bring you to Senegal, then you'll wait, and then they will take you to Praia. From Senegal, there is like 20 minutes flight. But because you're leaving from Liberia with no direct flight, you almost spend 8 hours flying there. Do I want my president, any president, whether it's a United Party president or a CDC president or a LANU president, do I want my president sitting in a terminal waiting for 8 hours to go to a meeting? The answer to that question is no. The whole thing about questioning President Boakai's access to private jet is because the United Party people started that hypocrisy when CDC was doing it. That's why we are talking about this. But I will prefer the president of Liberia going to represent my country, going to look for resources to be able to get there in a timely, stress-free manner. because when the president flies and get tired, and they put all of these concession agreement before them, sometimes to even make decisions. And I've traveled a lot, so I know what it takes to sit down and wait for one flight to another. So look, gentlemen, let's be honest here. I don't think the president should fly private jet if he's going to Ghana, because we have a direct flight and access to Ghana from here there, right? But it also depends on the trip he's taking. So I think we should find a policy. Should it be a policy that the president should not fly a private jet? Because when we ever leave it discretional, then it becomes the discretion of whoever's in power or as a president, and the time that is necessary for them to take that action. So one of the arguments we'll be making is going back to the legislature to say, listen, our president and all core of our officers should not fly private jet, make that a law, and then I will support it. But if it is not a law, I will give the president the opportunity.
But I think
Unity Party people just ran their mouth too much. That's why they are ashamed now to continue the same thing George Weah was doing.
Okay, so VP, wait. VP, wait. And I think I disagree with my brother Paul Kennedy, but he can say
all you want. My own, yeah. I say my own. Let me say my own.
See, you know my internet not stable. The way it's clear now. Let me talk. You can disagree later, please. I will your phone.
Go ahead.
I beg you.
Go ahead.
I was one of those that did not question former President George Weah for flying private jet. And I will not question His Excellency Joseph Newman Boaka for flying private jet. The problems about seditions and reactions then, they were not sophisticated enough to provide counter arguments and justify why we are needed to fly private jets. I agree with Paul Kennedy. CEO, the last time I spent 10 hours at Casablanca Airport. I felt so bad. And they were just speaking among us. They were kind of American. You show your American passport, they carry a different place. We who had an Equa passport, we were there practically the chickens. They never had time for us.
Why couldn't you show your American passport?
No, I don't have. I'm not an American. They were just come around, American passport, American. I was like, what? But you know, Eugene Fagon all that day, you know, and I didn't joke. Stephen Johnson was there, I didn't joke.
Did it show the American passport too?
Eh?
Did it show the American passport?
No, that was 2015. You know, I'm not an American citizen, but
I said Eugene Fagon and Stephen Johnson.
No, we were there. They never had the Liberian passport we were carrying.
Oh, so they tried with a Liberian passport. Okay.
Yeah, we know about these people. Anyway, that's not my business there. But look, I'm happy that, you know, we are having these conversations. And I want to agree with Paul Kennedy. You see, if you never traveled before by plane, you say, oh, the president, you know, traveled. That does not make sense for our president to wait in a terminal for 5 hours because they have to have connecting flights. And I told some of my good friends in the CDC that it is not a crime for the president to fly a private jet because the office of the president submits a budget to the national legislature. And these budget lines are there for travel, international travels. 10 million, 5 million, 7 million, 2 million, they are there. And these people that we elect to the national legislature go ahead and approve the budget. So once you approve the budget, it becomes a law. So if the president decides to use portion of that money to fly a private jet, it's a law. So why do we question that? We say the budget is a law. We submit the budget to the legislature. They look at the budget item. They look at the budget of the president. I am making 10 trips. I am making 5 trips, domestic, regional, international trips, and the budget items are there. Our lawmakers that we entrusted with power, they go ahead and approve it. When the president signs, it becomes a law. So by extension, when the president flies a private jet, it becomes a form of implementation of the law. But what I will not agree with, like Mr. Thomas said, right now we have to apply austerity measure. And I'm happy that this president has listened. You see, sometimes we have to be objective.
Thank you, VP. Let's make progress on the time.
When we Kenya Airways now, then we say, oh, we're not supposed to be. No, we got to be honest, man, please.
Thank you, VP. Thank you. Guys, I would just, sorry, guys. It will be 30 seconds each for you guys.
No problem.
Go ahead, Isaac.
So, private jet then, private jet now, I think we should cut our quote according to our measurement. Exterior measures, that's the word he used, VP. If we take private jet, we cut down the number of international trips. Some of the trips don't bring nothing back to the country. Some of the trips are political visitation, private jet, what the dividend the country reaps from private jet. So we cannot be recycling the mistakes from then and now. If we condemn it then, and we say, President, we have traveled a lot to Dubai, to this place, with so much money for private jet, we too should have austerity measures to cut down. We cannot be flying private jets for all the meetings, and then our teachers are in the street talking about salaries. Police is not paid the way they should be paid. The nurses are not paid the way. You got problems in the country. President Boyga should set an example. I'm not sure he's going to run again. I mean, I just say this, but let him leave a legacy by saying, look, we will have 6 years for senators, 4 years for representatives. I cut down a lot of things in the country because your economy cannot measure up to other presidents around the world. See what's happening in Burkina Faso, Mali. So we cannot say our president got to be dignified. Yeah, he got to be dignified. Do we have the money to dignify? So let him make 20 trips on private jet.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. Moses, Sandy, and Phoebe, you're going to take us home. We got one more to go, and we'll use that as our closing to bring in everyone. It's 7:46 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, and that is 11:46 in Liberia. Sandy?
Yeah, thank you. So, Stanton, I think I sent you a text message if you read it. I don't know, but I have a meeting.
You're different, so I'm kind of confused.
Okay. Yeah,
so
let me. Yeah, that was me. So let me just say what I wanted to say. Why I came on real quick, please. Yeah. So when it comes to the president's trip, I would agree with what's the name, Patrick and Brother Paul. You know, once a law is passed, that law is passed. The reason we have representatives and senators there, they are our representatives. They are they are watching for us. If the president send a budget in that they know we cut into the Liberian people, deep into the Liberian people pocket, they should tell the president, no, we should cut down on some of your trips, and what have you to save us money. But if they go and endorse the bill, I mean the budget, and pass it into law, that's the law. The only problem that I think we should be having is if the president overspends what he's supposed to be spending on his travels, then we cannot come about the issue of Georgia flew with private jet. Now President Baga is flying. Our concern should be, let us watch to see whether they are spending more than what they submitted to the Liberian people. So that's what I want to say when it comes to the travel. But please let me just speak to this Nima issue real quick because I got a meeting very shortly. Stento, if you give me that time. Okay.
Go on.
So the only thing we have is our country, and what we went through for 14 years. I don't think we should sit down to watch people trying to play games with our intelligence and with the life of our people. The election in Nimba County is just one day. It's going to happen tomorrow. After that, we will be electing a senator. Now, the kind of game, I'm sorry, Honorable Gray is not yet. The kind of game he and the CDC are trying to play, we do not want anything like violence to come out in Nimba. They need to stop what they're doing. If you win a red campaign and you saw that things are on the right, trajectory for you, you just let us sit down and watch. But to come all year start coming on with some fear mongering that the people trying to stop people from going this way, the internet will be down tomorrow, so it means they're going to cheat. Look, Akaras, I just want to say this to you.
You and the CDC have caused Managonglo way this election. It's because of you you're going to lose tomorrow. Nobody else. You interfere into the election so deeply. If you were trying to feed that lady, you should have gone all right to say, look, she's going on CDC ticket. You were throwing a stone hiding your hands. Now in the final analysis, you bring your hands out, and the Nimba people don't like that. And so you're going to cause us this election tomorrow. Do not try to instill violence and fear into our people for tomorrow's election. We are going to go to the pool. Our people are going to vote, and there will be a result tomorrow night, latest by 1 or 2 o'clock. We will know who the winner
You wasn't with
is
Ned,
going to
huh?
be. So I mean, Moses. The truth is, every police center, you've gone to election several times. Every police center at the end of the election comes up with a result that they put up. So it's hard to just cheat in an election in Liberia. So I don't know what you're talking about. So, Stanton, that's what I want to say. Moses, you need to stop that. You and the CDC need to stop that local politics, because it's not working. You have caused the delay of election already.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow if you're available. Thank you very much, Moses.
Yes, thank you.
All right, bye. Fubi, let's hear you on this one. Then we're going to close.
Yeah, so for me, as I always say, look, I didn't criticize President. We are on private jet. I'm not going to criticize President Barker using private jet, because I even would view that we should have presidential jet for our president. So I'm not going to criticize president on that. And for not using the vehicle that were already purchased, for me, there is no need in buying vehicles and parking and using the old ones. Unless you want to use them interchangeably, then that's fair. But to park the new ones that you already paid money for and park them and using the old one, then you also subject the new one that you bought to start to get some kind of breakdown for just sitting down doing nothing. So it's already paid for. So it's only fair that he uses them on his different trip. And I always say this adage, this parable. If you go to a wedding reception, for example, and you have not served the audience food, and you only have food on a high table, everybody's eyes will be on the high table until they are served. But when you say you can now have your own food, everybody will focus on the food in a plate. So that have been my advice to all the governments, focus on improving the economy. When the economy is improved and people can make their own money, buy their own expensive vehicles, nobody will care about what kind of car the president is using, because the president can buy a Lexus. You have 50 or 100 private citizens that can also buy the same Lexus. Who cares? If the president can fly a private jet and you have private citizens that can also own their own private jet, nobody going to care about that. So let's improve the economy. That should be the drive of every government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you. As we close the show, just remember that the last topic will be the Supreme Court ruling. Incorporate that in your closing. Let me just say something about the president, private jet, the cars. Listen, just so Nimba Barga knows what's up. Seriously, folks, I will say this to everyone. If just say Nimba Barga the president of the Republic of Liberia, Uncle Joe, want to leave a clean legacy, he must make these necessary adjustments. It's up to the president. Tomorrow we're talking about, oh yeah, it's good that you fly on Kenya Airways. But what should President Barker do? Call those lawmakers. Tell them the importance of the president and the vice president of the country having our own private jet. How much will a private jet cost? With all the waste in government, $30 million, $25 million. Fund it. Legitimize it. You cannot put a $200,000 in your budget for the president traveling. Expensive, right? And you see that amount 3 times, 5 times before the budget period ends. Then you want to justify the reason of you flying private jet? Oh, I cannot go to an ECOWAS summit when all the presidents are taking a different lane and I'm there with the regular people. Yes, you must be there with the regular people. Put it in a budget. They have companies out there that you can get set pay. You can pay them by installment. You can take that. Listen, we should stop being wasteful. I'm not going to applaud the president because today he flying on KR Airway. I don't know what you're going to do tomorrow. If I start celebrating today, tomorrow the president will be in private jet. Then what would I say to the Liberian people? The best thing to do, call your lawmakers, call your people, and say there's a need here. Let's get the country a private jet. Sierra did it. Let's do the same. How much it going to cost? Let's go through some feasibility studies. Let's ask Uncle Sam. We're saying to South Africa, Uncle Sam, we're saying to Europe, what do you think? How much it going to cost? Please don't call Emmanuel Shaw because he ain't to the private jet money. And up to today, we can't find that private jet. So don't call Emmanuel Shaw.
No, some of those, some of these so those
Yeah,
playing.
Simon don't chat to the other, then he ate that money. So don't call him, please. So let's leave him alone. But let's find a way in which we can get a private jet. And the whole private jet knows will stop. When you leave it, it will be for the next president. It will be for the next government. And that's how people do. And that's a good legacy. I hope Uncle Joe can do that. I really want to see him be presidential. Get in a private jet. And Liberia. Don't bring cake, though. Don't add a charismatic president and give us cake. We don't want no cake. We want an actual private jet, not a cake plane. So then I will applaud the president. Let me talk about the vehicle. Hey, the vehicle issue, maybe President Braga want to use the Lexus to go see a Judah. Oh, I forget. I'm sorry. We're on the show. You know, if you get 2, 3 different vehicles, one for different reason. You got an undercover vehicle, you get another vehicle. Say, hey, the other vehicle that he used today is not in bad condition. But hey, listen, if you have the Lexus to use to go to work and use the other vehicle to go to the airport because of bad roads, that's a lesson learned for him that, listen, East International got to fix this road and make it better quick. It's okay. Because we shouldn't waste our time on this trivial issue. I know the opposition to the president will waste the time. That's fine. That's politics. But I beg for us to move on. Let's talk about the importance of the president trip, ECOWAS summit. Guess what happened? The president said I should be back for the ruling of the Supreme Court. Let's bring in the Supreme Court. The election will be the election. The result will come on Wednesday. We hope so. We pray so. Let's just talk about the Supreme Court. Today, there was an intense meeting back and forth about wardings. What would it ward mean? What would the other thing mean? Are we much clearer today than we were when we talk about ultra viruses? The back and forth, CNN Yo, Johnson, Wolokoti, Bese, Kabah, all of them were back and forth. So where are we with this ruling today? We all have to hold our breath. We all got to be very, very careful. But I think the Supreme Court to a place right now that they are much clearer. Except you wanted to put it in Pere and in Crew and in Basso and in Mano and in Gio and in Madingo, they are much clearer, I think. And I think it will be straight up. It will be ready to the letter. People in Waterside, people in Rallytown, people in the interior that will understand where the chips fall. And so I do believe, let's just hold on a little more. In less than 48 hours, we will come to a place that we always say, okay, this thing, c'est fini, it's over. Right now, we are looking at 2-3. Negotiation stands. As we speak right now, people are in meetings. Negotiation stands. People are still meeting. The last meeting was to listen. Are we going to pay those guys we suspended? They say, yeah, we'll pay them. Where's the money? No. Take the McDermotts from the court, then we'll pay you later. The people say, no, we agree. But phone calls are still going on. But I am told, and I have taken some out on my phone, that you cannot say fwen. Because if you do, it will damage the other side or it will damage the other side. So folks, what I do believe in, your patience is paying off. You get less than 48 hours to go. Keep on keeping on. Hold on just a little bit more. This whole thing will be over. And again, I think we will return to where we all want to be, a better Liberia, a peaceful Liberia. And to all of you out there that try to say we will protest, either or. We don't need protests. We don't need it today. We don't need it tomorrow. We just need that the rule of law should prevail. And the rule of law, I do believe, the law will be the law. I want us to end, and I want you guys closer. In your closer, I'm going to ask you. We got 6 candidates in this race. 6. I'm going to put them up, and I hope that you can help us understand. Give me the 3 strongest candidates out of this group. If you can. If not, that's okay. Your prediction, the 3 strongest candidates. We'll start with you, Uncle Sam. We'll go to Dr. Boble, Honorable Gray, and we'll come down to end. The 3 strongest candidates, Uncle Sam. Your prediction as you close the show today.
Look, I'm voting for Edith Gonglo Ware for the following reasons, right? We need she's not a fresh face per se, but we need somebody to invigorate the Senate. I don't think Koga can. He's part of the old guard, and he will do exactly what he's been doing for the last 13 years. He doesn't have the ability to do anything different. Edith might, okay. But there's a politics to this for 2029 on my friend Jeremiah Kuhn, who I have a lot of respect for. If Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn cannot deliver the Senate seat to Koga, that would say something about his ability to deliver Nimba for himself or for JMB in 2029. And if he loses, this will diminish him. And I can even see people within the Unity Party start to claw at him to undermine his influence. Okay. But let's go to President Boyka and the hypocrisy of the Unity Party. You guys forget. I mean, they may use a big English word, excoriation. How they were bad muffin George Weah have a private jet. How they were bad with
that private jet thing, Uncle Sam. We down to close for the Supreme Court and Nimba. Why you going back to private jet?
I will use my 2
But the
minutes.
man closing. You think what to say again?
So,
yeah.
So all of this now, all of a sudden, then you're trying to say, well, we need private jet because you can't go to Praia, okay, in Cape Verde or whatever, a 2.5-hour trip. I would take 8 or 9 hours in a private jet. Make up your minds. A private jet is a necessity for a head of state in West Africa because we don't have connecting flights to the 15 or 16 West African countries, okay, seamlessly. I can buy a ticket here today, right now, get on my computer, and I put in Monrovia, and I put in Dakar, and get a flight to take me to Dakar tomorrow morning. It's not possible. So this whole hypocrisy here of a private jet is exactly what it is, a bunch of malarkey, a bunch of baloney, and it's just for people who wanted to ascend to power. Now they ascend to power. Mawata. What are they doing differently than the previous government was doing? And what improvements do you see in the economy? George Weah versus Joseph Nimba. GDP growth just about the same. World Bank report today about 4%. George Weah 4.5%. Same thing. In terms of unemployment, in terms of poverty, in terms of gender parity, in terms of all of the socioeconomic data, no change whatsoever. HDR stay on a flat plane, 0.481, maybe go to 0.482, 0.483. No electricity access is still 30% of the population. Everything is exactly what it was, status quo George Weah. So what do we get sold? We got sold a bill of goods, a complete bill of goods. So now that is the reason why politics is in earnest, because Joseph Boyka does not distinguish himself sufficiently from the party that he replaced. He doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the human capacity, cannot mobilize the resources, and cannot appreciably improve the lives of Liberians. So what do you have? Go take a poll. Go to the people here can do survey. Paul Kennedy, go do a survey anywhere here and see in terms of popularity, in terms of what has happened. Zero. And who are the victims? The people, when I open my window, I look out my window, those people are the victims because their lives have not appreciably changed in the last 15 months. I don't expect diamond and gold to be on the streets, but I expect government that is on the right track to begin to improve the lives of the people. And Joseph Nimba Boka and his government, they have not begun to improve the lives of the people. And I will quit on that. Thank you very much.
Samuel P. Jackson, the cake plane stay around the corner. You were one of those that ate piece of the plane.
Hell no. I condemn that, and I said, Joey, I should fire any SOB that
bring you in. Joey, I give you a piece of that plane, and you took it home and put it in your refrigerator.
Until June of 2021, the cake plane had already happened already. So just that, not even go in there. You know, I did not.
No. Joey, I said he gave you a piece of the plane. I said, take and go. You put it in your refrigerator. And you ate piece of that plane. So I don't know what kind of
I condemn it, and I said, President, we should fire whoever brought a cake plane to him. That's what I said.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Boblet, Uncle Sam condemned the cake plane. He ate the last piece. Let's talk, Dr. Boblet.
So 2 things that I hope will come to pass. One, very peacefully, which is elections in Nimba. And again, I just re-echo my call that the Bayans should go and vote. Don't get disenchanted. Go vote. Your vote will make a difference. The Supreme Court will do what the High Court does. We're anxious to hear what the ruling will be. I believe this time it will be declarative. It will be definitive. And we, as a law-abiding people, will follow the decision of the High Court. Get those 2 things behind us, we can focus on all of the many challenges we have as a nation and begin to solve them. I want to close by asking a different question based on the question my good, eloquent friend Paul Kennedy asked. You know, and I agree with Paul. I've been blessed to travel to 6 continents. Yeah, being in the airports, long layovers, those things. But, you know, Paul, presidents are not ordinary people. So their time in the airport is a little different, actually a lot different from you and I. They are accommodated well. But the question you ask is, do I want my president to be sitting in the airport waiting? Good question. I don't want that either. The question I would ask, though, do I want the children of Bapolu to have no chairs to sit in because there was no money? I saw that when I was there. So if I were to trade off, I'll have my president wait in the airport so the children in Bapolu can have chairs and desks so education can get a real lift in Liberia. We have challenges, but we must make sacrifices. And unless we do that, legacy will elude us. You know, to think you can just do the normal thing and the country will change, it's not going to change. We're going to get a normal result. It's going to require some sacrifices. Thank you, CEO. And if you don't mind, I'd like to get off now. It's midnight here.
You know, because of you, I try to end the show 12 a.m. because I know you're getting off time. So thank you very much, Dr. Boplat. Have a good night. See you tomorrow by God's grace.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Boplat. You know, Dr. Boplat, Uncle Sam, they have to, you know, it comes with age. You know, they cannot keep on after 12. They got to go to bed. You know, they got to get ready to get up.
I'm in like, bro, and I'm old. You see my beard?
You ain't sprint tired. I think in like, bro, before we get to it. But you know what? Let's bring you Fubi Henry. He's in Labrador. He's all of Labrador, by the way, but one of the good things. Let's bring you Fubi Henry, then we'll talk to you, back to you. It's
why I want to tell you about hypocrisy.
Okay. Fubi, you want to go ahead?
For the Nimba, the top 3 candidates, I will look at Koga, Edith, then probably between Garrison, yeah, Koga, Edith, Garrison in that order. I think that will be the phase of the result tomorrow. Then on the issue of the NEC rule, I mean the Supreme Court's ruling, I've said this before, the Supreme Court ruling will have no major bearing tomorrow on the state of the nation. It's just an opinion they want to express. It's not going to change the outcome at the Capitol building. I know people are planning to protest. I know that protest will be a failed protest like they did before. Nothing going to significantly change. The Supreme Court will express itself, and we gave them the benefit of that to do so because the matter was taken to them. In fact, they had no business to even listen to a political case. But since they accepted to listen to it, they will give their ruling, and we'll move on. The country will move on after that. And I agree with you. Like I said, I think we should have a presidential jet instead of spending money every other year to pay for president to ride private or whatever stuff. Have one for the country and ensure that every other president comes, that somebody want to be there to use. And once it reaches fully depreciated stuff that cannot be used, repurchase another one. Those are things that we have to do. But the main issue is all our government now should focus on driving the private sector. If we develop the private sector, we'll not be sitting down here discussing president car. We'll not be discussing president flying private jet or president flying commercial jet. Because ordinary Liberian citizens will be able to afford some of those basic things, and we'll see the economy moving. I'm sure you go to Nigeria, a lot of the guys there will not be talking about president flying private jet because private citizens running the show. They even got better cars than government officials. They got multi-millionaire, billionaires sitting there. So they won't panic. So we need to have similar things to build our economy. Let's improve the economy, improve the private sector. And that governments have failed in the past, and I think we need to correct that going forward. That's the essence of going to government, to improve the conditions of the people, ensure that the people have the access to better life, improve their living standard, and change some of those things that you promised them before getting elected. And so let's see how we can all push our governments. Now we're a unity party government. That's my call to them. Improve the private sector and stop having both dependent on government heavily, because that's not going to help. Because the private sector feeds the government with income. That's where the taxes come from to support government initiatives. So let's improve the private sector. So that's my call to the government. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to go ahead, sir? Honorable Greg?
Yeah, thank you very much, Austin. I would just love to pick up from the Boble. That's the argument Unity Party was arguing. That let the president sit in the airport for 9, 10, 12 hours so that his sons and daughters, the migrant women children, can go to school. That was the argument by the Unity Party. That was the argument by Tamba. That was the argument by Fubi. Why are they denying today that they didn't argue on the non-usage of private jet by President? We are like, shouldn't use it. Where were their voices if they argue that they didn't criticize it? But there are people they supported were criticizing that. They remain mute. Where they boo, they couldn't talk. They are very good speakers. They know how to talk. They know how to criticize. So the unpopular record for remaining silent, and not only that, but supporting such a thing. But to come today and everybody trying to sugarcoat it, that you want our president to stay on the airport for 9 hours, you want our president to stay on the airport for 2 hours. What kind of baby talk you can bring on this show today that you want to listen to? The next thing is that I disagree with the argument that, the president rode a 2-car today, the cars were repaired, so, and if you can use it on good road. No, the road, the highway road is not a good road. Nobody should make that mistake that our highway road is good. The still facing our road. Babalu road is not good, but he used it to Babalu. After a few days, he got the lessons. Let's be realistic with ourselves here, man, and stop joking as if to say the EPS director is unpopular record and saying he remain unapologetic. He got to protect the president. They got to buy bulletproof vehicle. He even lied that we didn't turn the number of cars over to him. He even lied about the condition of the 3 bulletproof vehicle, 2 from President Wiata and 1 from President Sally.
He lied about that, and he said people say we shouldn't discuss that. It's not important. When people lie, when people use over $1 billion United States dollars to buy 2 cars, like I said, President Boyan and used to go somewhere and come back quick around the area to bluff in. So on and politics is trouble. Now today, you know, politics is trouble. Now really today, you really know that one. You're talking about, oh, it should be balanced, one give and one manner. But did you criticize Jeremiah Kuhn as a Guillaume when you were running? And there was no manner, man. Prince Johnson was the senator, Guillaume. And he became senator, 2 Guillaume people became senator. You think Jeremiah Kuhn get a moral standing? I spoke to Vice President Kuhn for almost 14 minutes. We had a conversation. I will not tell you what the conversation was about, but we had a conversation 2 days ago. Okay, you think it was fair that you were Guillaume, you were running, and either were man or woman? Why you didn't support either? Someone wanted balance in Nimba County. What kind of hypocrisy there? The white people come on the show, one thing I feel what the Jeff press said, when against them, then they had to cut it. Look, and what the bond is, Garrison Yellow was just on the local radio station confirming that heavily armed AFL soldiers are in the district. As I speak to you, he was just confirming that we're trying to get him on Spoon, but I couldn't get his line later on. Okay, maybe he went on a coverage. Robo spoke to him. In fact, he went live. Okay, on the radio station just today. Okay, let me just say yesterday because we're after 12 now. He went live. The AFL soldiers heavily deployed. Gravity Common went to Ganta with police people all around there. Able to say that war zone. You want to see the picture? The picture there, they are putting the police people on the west. I just screenshot the picture. He went there with a lot of armed people there. Okay? Why only Ganta? Why are you talking about Ganta? What's about the other areas? Let's be realistic. Okay? We want free, fair, and transparent elections. Somebody who holding Jeremiah come back or on Facebook passing around town on the show to talk about preaching violence here. Eating a bad boss we're talking about. You know Jeremiah come more than me. You know Vice President come more than me. And the man who I'm calling for 12 years. You know my relationship with him. You don't know him. You try to hold a man bad to find job for you. You can't issue talking about violence. We're talking about violence. That's one of the reasons we even left Nimba County. We are in Mororo saying now so that the people can have an election tomorrow. Okay, we pray for a free, fair, and transparent and credible election. Our news outlet is just reporting that there is a tension in conflict between Samuel Koga's supporters and Ida supporters. News outlet is reporting that. Look, the government of the Republic of Abroad deliberately decided, same March, they bring a particular ship. They decided to bring a ship here tomorrow. The internet will be whack. I can guarantee you tomorrow, especially on Wednesday, because my emphasis was on Wednesday, it will be whack. Okay, nobody should come here and come call a statement accountable. You know, we get backup plan. And the Benson man, they didn't talk about backup plan. He talk about PHP error. Now where they going dig the wire from. Deliberately, they started brought one bishop to the country. I want to people to understand. The internet will be whack. There will be challenges. You like it, the boy government say the country, you can ride all the public transport. You can ride anything. Your credit card job we have for all the things that you kind on the show. You want clap for burger, you want sugar coated. Okay, it doesn't matter what you put on, my man. Like, show my face, man. You want to spoil the show now? That crowd fire you want to go to. That's why you tell me, oh, you want to spoil the show now? Yeah. You use your radio station. Okay, I come to your station and I say you want showcake. Okay. You use your radio station to be a personal for Ryan private jet. Okay. People do understand. Yeah. Where are the guys today? Somebody in Nimba County. One more Ali go doing Nimba County got voting right there to endorse somebody. Why am I talking?
Okay, thank you. We gotta go now. We gotta make progress.
Okay. So let be real, yeah. All the things stand on. You so embarrassed. I can feel for you. Bow away, my man. You know what? I can eat that tattoo already. I can really feel for you, my man. Badly. Okay. So that's already. You criticize the B Martin agreement. You told the people playing, you flew it to local. Then you claiming that local you flew the plane to local standard, you beat Joseph Boya for flying private jet.
We'll let you come back again. Let allow the other people to close.
So local standard, when I come out, me, I come and go. That election,
what is that cake? Yeah, but we'll let you come back now. So no, guys, I beg you not ask a question. I beg you for me. Let's move on. I beg you.
You want to Joseph Boya? I saw they can beat you down the market. Y'all can build a market door industry now. 4 times they're beating you, just a market door.
Let's go. Let's make progress. Let's make progress. Thank you very much.
You small brother who can be you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Let me progress, guys. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We gotta make progress. So, guys, let not interrupt. But you know what, Tama? I'm coming to you. This is the 6 years disgrace of President George Manawea. He gave the Liberian people cake to eat to increase the sugar problem, diabetes. But then he said his friend gave him plane to fly and go all around the world. You know, but let's face it, let's be serious, right? Whatever happened, right? I think the former president is realizing his mistake. But there is no coming back because you deceived the Liberian people. Like we beat on President Bouaka.
Look at the
right? We have to also realize if President Bouaka,
now your turn to talk. Okay, why can't no coming back? You go.
But let me do my closing. But let me do my closing. I'm the moderator.
Let me know you can't close. You gotta put close, then you close. You'll be talking here, can't talk about it. See what you want to talk about BD. But I think Joseph Braga.
Mama, you let me close to now in like bro.
But I don't why you don't want me to close.
My internet. But I can't Joseph Braga will put in flower island to go treating.
But I can't. Why you don't want me to close?
That Canada close. That
Canada close. Canada close.
I said close. I want to hear for you. Not here for you.
Canada.
Bad governance to Liberia.
Canada, I'm not sure the message actually close. You were like,
Now what can happen when you bring grown boy and black your job? You go to me and you find out your soul.
But can you imagine? Look at the 6 years disgrace that we are left for us. 6 years.
But it's simply when you don't fly back out the road.
6 years disgrace that we are left for us.
My man, I will let you close, but I don't when you carry Joseph back out of Island when you were sick.
Yeah, be serious now, gentlemen. Look, the elections in Nimba falls between 2 persons. I said that a few weeks ago. It's between Madam Edith and Honorable Koga. And it is going to be up. It is going to be up to the people. It is going to be up to the people of Nimba to make a decision for where they want to take their county from. From the onset of this, I said Paul Kennedy had absolutely no meddling power in the Nimba County elections. It is a difficult start, and I hope that it's going to be peaceful. They've already shown us a fragment, a percent of that throughout the entire election time. There was some skirmishes, like it is always a regular part of political process, but it did not de-escalate into anything that called major attention. And we hope that the elections on tomorrow will be the same. Look, the Supreme Court ruling is a major component of our democracy, but it is not going to create any unusual public sentiment. For instance, the Supreme Court ruled for the majority that the minority people have problem with that. When they rule in favor of the majority people have problem with that. I don't see why citizens should be in the street trying to protect these people. They use $17 million just on public hearing in our house. 17 million on 46 public hearing. And I love Dr. Brooklyn. He's very educated. He's my mentor. But we can reduce funds and be very effective in managing our public sector, not only by the presidential trip. Count all the presidential trip, it doesn't reach 15 million. Or the president can take private jet to go to Australia, he go to India, he comes to Canada, he go to China. It would never reach 50 million in a year. These boys sitting down on Capitol Hill used $17 million on 46 public hearings. If you do the calculation of Carlos, that's $319,000 on one hearing. So in the gateway, the thing they call public hearing, the people in the House of Representatives and the House of Senate, when they call somebody to come talk with them, that public hearing there. So when they call the LEC managing director, they say, come tell us why the LEC not good. That public hearing. The people in the house that they're telling us they're using 317,000 or 19,000 anytime they have that public hearing. Anybody on the podium believe that? You are using $300,000 for one public hearing because they only have 46 last year. So we can cut this down and still have the president arrive to his meeting in style. The president of the Republic of Liberia is an entity. The presidency is an institution. I agree that we should not be in wasteful spending. We should do austerity measures into cutting spending. But we should not be allowing one person to pin their office with $195,000 to do renovation on their office. Those are the kind of places where we can cut fundings and make sure the people in Bapulu get good school, the hospital that get medicine, the roads from Broadway to Bapulu City is paved. We can do that, and the president still arrive at his meeting on time and in class. The only problem I got with this whole presidency in private jet is the Unity Party started talking all the things that they will not do when they were looking for power. So they created this cloud that when they came there, they will be Jesus. Now that we are seeing that they are not Jesuses and they're not going to convince me any other form, I will decide and will support any president. Whether it's when Dr. Clarence Moniba becomes president, I will want my president to fly in private jet anywhere to go to his meeting. So we cannot continue to look at the things that are problematic and ignore them and show our finger to the wrong side. Let's show our finger to the legislature. These people are misappropriating our money. They are using money for unintended purposes, not accountable. Nobody's auditing them. Nobody's even talking or seeing that they are the problem in this country. If you have a very sound legislature, and my brother Yakara, that's my very good friend, he can tell you, if the legislature is a strong legislature, the president will not even be doing some of these things. Because the budget comes from the executive and go to the legislature, they look at it and they approve it. So why are we blaming only the president and not blaming them too? So these are the kind of things that we need to open our mind to and begin to see that our most enemy in this government is the legislature. And so as long as we continue to change them and put some others that are coming there 2029, so that we can begin to look at those things that will help us.
We'll meet there. We'll meet there. I'll be there too.
Yes, let's go there and see some of these people. Because they're actually not doing well for us. You know,
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
See you, I can close?
Yeah.
See you, I can close?
Yeah, go ahead, close, please.
All right, so the Nimba elections, I don't want to go to the legislature. I reserve it for another time. Nimba going to be 10, yes. Ide contested 2 times. I mean, this election coming will be her second time. She contested 2020. Ide won Jeremiah Kun in district number 1, district number 2, district number 8, and district number 9. In 2020, Garrison Yulu won district number 3. And Garrison Yulu is in the race again. In 2020, Kun won Ide in district number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7. So it almost makes it a balance. The equation is balanced. Say that? I can hear you, CEO.
Listen to you, go ahead.
CEO, I didn't hear you. So, and don't forget the numbers, the Nimba number. If you look at the statistics for NEC, there are more women voters in Nimba than men. Just maybe a 1% or 2%, but there are more women voters in Nimba. Then, obviously, for 2024, Koga just came from 1 elections. Koga won in those elections the number of districts, which just 3. He won 3 districts against Nyan Train out of the 9 districts. So now Nyan won like 9 districts, and so Nyan won 6. Koga won 3, which is the Buyao area, his stronghold 3, 4, and 5, which is deep inside Nimba around the Lepula area. It's going to be a little competitive process because ESL, before our superintendent, she knows the nooks and crannies of Nimba. Koga has been in Buyao for let's say 15 years now, 2 times elected and 2 years into his 3rd term. So the numbers were not lied. All the 2 elections, the 2020 elections, special elections, and the 2024 elections, the turnout has always been below 40%. At 2024, there were 37.59% of persons who voted. So and imagine either when you contested 2020 against Kun was a representative of district number 1, and she won that district. She won Kun district as a representative, which is quote unquote a Manon-dominated district. Now she contested against 7 persons, 7, including the incumbent, Thomas Groupie. She came second, 2,000, 2005 vote difference. So nobody rules anybody out. Your question, CEO, at the beginning of this part of the conversation, the first 3. So it's with Koga, whether he comes first or second, it's with Ide, whether she comes first or second, and it's with Garrison Yelu. If anybody will be the spoiler, that will be Fangalo and Yelu, because they'll be digging deep into those districts that are considered the dominant Geo districts. So we all look up for peaceful elections. We all look up for Tingma is, he will make some impact around the Tapeta. He represented the district before. And he represented, I think, District 7 before the demarcation. And then he will make some impact. He was Manon some votes, but it will come from the Manon side. Tingma will take a lot of votes from the Manon side, depending upon whatever he did. But
no, I don't know you because we're close on the show. Please don't go, Jay. I hope that LTA can give you 3 more seconds to go out. Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah.
I beg you, somebody not to cut you off. Let's go through what you posted, right?
Yeah.
Let's be serious now, because tomorrow again we'll come back to ready that set and tell the folks what's happening here. 2020. Let's start from 2020.
Yeah.
Where you have the Edith Bungalow and the Jeremiah Pankun, right? The total of all the things, and folks are watching, they want to understand, it's less than 4,000. 4,000 votes. Let me ask
you. No, but you say Edith Basipo, and Koga.
No. I want you to look at the 2020 is at the bottom. Are you not seeing it? Isaac. All right, the LT and I, they got, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, are you seeing
I am here, Stanton.
Are you seeing 2020 Jeremiah Cohen, Edith Gongolo at the bottom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so if you are seeing it, it's less.
But you're posting and Koga, but you're asking me about Edith.
No, Jeremiah.
When you look down, look down. When you look down, there are 3 columns there. One of them says Jeremiah Cohen and Edith Gongolo.
Which one, the Koga and Yan or the Kun and Edith? 2020.
Kun and Edith.
Isaac, can you hear us? Okay, maybe he haven't.
You posting Yan instead of Edith.
Isaac, go out and come back. Sorry.
Yeah, he's delayed.
That's how happened. Let's hear you talk about. If you come back, then we will.
Yeah, he's having
important for us to talk about this. So, talk about. Do your closing. Hope to have him back. Then we can go into it.
Thank you, Stanton. It's been an exciting show. Nimba County is actually, it's going to surprise a lot of people. And here's why. If you look at the past historical turnout in Nimba County, it has fluctuated between the 30% to the 45%. And Isaac, I'm going to close and you're going to come back, right? And Stanton's going to share some of these statistics with you. I'm of the conviction that we may see an increased turnout given how competitive this race has become. And for me, the front runners, based on what I've seen over the last 2 weeks, is Representative Koga and Edith Gonglowe, Madam Edith Gonglowe. I think Harrison and Mark are going to come distant third because they're going to do somewhere okay in their bases. But here's why this race is tightening up. I think Jeremiah Kuhn, Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, is in this race to ensure that the candidate Koga wins this election, to establish himself as the new kingmaker in Nimba County in the absence of Prince Johnson. And this is why Jeremiah Kuhn has heavily invested his time and resources to make sure that their supported candidate Koga wins this election. 2, This election now is a litmus test to what's going to happen in 2029. If Vice President Jeremiah Cohen's candidate, the MDR candidate, supported candidate, which is an ally to the ruling party, of which Jeremiah Cohen is a vice president, don't win this election, it's going to reflect poorly on him and his chances, either in 2029 or beyond 2029, whether he can be counted or he can be seen as that president who, when he speaks, as President Johnson used to do, that Nimba County will follow. And this is what we are seeing in Nimba. Either Gonglo, where we've seen last minute support. I wish that the opposition political parties like the CDC would have come and garner and rally behind her and say, this is our candidate we are supporting. But by the mere fact that they divided their support initially among 3 candidates, that kind of like diminished her support until last minute when individually people decided to go to Nimba County to support her. We'll see how that play out. Well, I say the jury is out, and then we'll see how that play out on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. On the president's trip and using private jets in Liberia, I think we have an economy that is still in the toilet, that is still trying to find a way to be an economy that works for all Liberians. Right now, the economy of Liberia works for a few people. And as Paul said, this economy works for the lawmakers, for the senators, for the minister of government, and other people in high position, within the private sector, or the people who actually control the economy of Liberia, which are mostly foreigners. The economy works really well for them because they have the resources. If we want to talk about buying a plane for Liberia, I would not recommend a private plane, but we should buy a transport plane for Liberia, 50 passenger jets or 100 passenger jets that we can use in the region as a commercial jet. And when the president and his ministers and his entourage are traveling every now and then, they can double first class and they use that plane so that Liberia can continue to recoup some of that revenue. Buying a private plane, we can't even manage our fleet of vehicles, in GSA. When they fall or in disrepair, sometimes they are abandoned. Where those vehicles fall in disrepair. A private plane is not a solution, but if you build the economy to a point where it is working for a lot of people, more jobs are being created, there's revenue distribution, then you can talk about buying a commercial jet for Liberia, and the president and his entourage can use that. And then finally, on the Supreme Court ruling, Stanton, as I said prior in the show, I don't think the Supreme Court's ruling is going to be any different from what I have said before, and that's just my opinion. And people, in the virtual world, in the radio land, may not necessarily agree with me. But I hope that the ruling, whatever the ruling is, that it provides clarity for both the minority bloc or the rule of law bloc and the majority bloc, because they have seen the ruling of the Supreme Court. Some of them or most of them are lawyers, and then they played dumb that they didn't understand the Supreme Court's ruling when the Supreme Court used a legal language, ultra virus, which means beyond your scope and legality. And they have gone on this fight now for some time. It is a shame that it has gone on for so long. So I hope the Supreme Court comes out tomorrow with a ruling, or Wednesday with a ruling that provides clarity so that we can move this nation forward. And at that point, I will call on Richard Cohen and Funati Kofa to put their differences aside and put Liberia first so that we can govern, so that Liberia, the legislature, can do the work that the people elected them to do. I want to thank you so much, Senator, for being on here tonight and contributing to this show.
No, thank you very much. We really do appreciate you. Isaac, can you hear us better now?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm hearing you.
So Isaac, I was asking you the question, right? For my closing, I'd like to go back to the numbers. Folks, again, those of you that contributed to the guys going to Nimba, we appreciate you. The Cash App is up. Again, we want to give you one of the best out there. Isaac, I put this 2020 at the bottom where you get Jeremiah Pankun and that of Edith Gangaway. Right? It's less than 4,000 votes. I'm reading what you prepared. It's very, very great. Thanks a lot. It's very, very good. Right? Here we are, 2020, when you have everybody supporting Jeremiah Kun. The ruling establishment, everybody supporting Jeremiah Kun, Prince Johnson, everybody. He came under 4,000 to beat Edith. Now let's flip this. to 2023, Yan Twain and Prince Yeru Johnson. Yan Twain have
2024.
No, 2023. Yan Twain and Prince Yeru Johnson. Yan Twain
Okay.
came
Okay.
56,000 of the vote. But then look at 2024, where you have the very Prince Johnson indirectly supporting Yan Twain or Samuel Koga. He wasn't clear. But look at this race. Yan Twain, a man, beat Samuel Koga. You think, should we be concerned? Yeah, that either stand a chance with everything that is happening? I really want to hear from you. I know Sam Koga is the front runner in this thing. You think either stand a chance here by putting up a surprise?
So Sam Koga comes from a populated tribal group with the Gus. They are good in numbers, but then who could be a spoiler in his backyard could be Garrison Yilu. When Ida was winning District 1, 2, 8, and 9, at the same time Kun was winning District 4, 5, 6, and 7, Garrison took his District 3. He won District 3. That was the only district he won. So if he won that district again, that would be a hole in the flesh of Samuel Koga, because those 3 districts combined are enough. They got enough presence there. If the turnout is good, to make Samuel Koga the next senator of Nimba. Obviously, like I said, 2020, the incumbent Thomas Groupie was defeated by Edith. The sitting representative for district number 1 in Nimba, Jeremiah Kun, was defeated in district number 1 and in district number 2. Then she won again in district number 8 and district number 9. So what boosted Kun's victory was the place that Koga comes from, the 3, 4, 5. So with the new political chemistries with Musa Belede in 6, Ta Wongwe, in 7, they're all rallying around Madam Edith Gonglo that could play for Edith. So who asked the question? Somebody asked a question about what happens with district number, because there'll be some district that will decide. They are between Mano and Gio.
So I say, let's end on this. I beg you, help us. Let me ask you, because you've been studying this thing for a little while. District number 1, we have, let's talk about the candidate here with Samuel Koga.
You're breaking.
What are your predictions to play?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Isaac, can you hear me? Isaac.
For district number 1?
No, can you hear me, Isaac? Can you hear me now?
I'm here.
Okay, so district number 1. Who do you think going to win district number 1? My man, you see,
oh my God, internet. Hello?
No, I based number, man. Let me go out and come back in.
On that, man. I didn't know the microphone problem.
Yeah, you say but then he go up and come back.
Yeah.
No, because Paul Kennedy, you see, we have 9 districts, right? The prediction is coming up now. People are predicting. But what we are receiving, and let me share this with you guys, and I think Asa did a brilliant work here to go in the past and say, listen, 2020, Edith and Kun. District number 1, Edith won. District number 2, Edith won. District number 3, Garrison took district number 3 narrowly from Kun. District number 4, Kun won, and Garrison came second. District number 5, and this is 2020, Kun won, Garrison came second. And district number 6, Kun won. District number 7, Kun won. District number 8, Edith, and district number 9, Edith. Then you ask yourself, but if that is the case, why Kun won the election? Because Garrison was a spoiler to Edith in district number 3, and in district number 4, and in district number 5. Garrison actually crippled Edith. And if people are saying, well, Garrison will be taking the vote from Semakoga. Then I want to say, be careful here. Because look at this thing. And I said, thank you for coming back. Anything can happen. District number 5, 2020, Coon will have 4,872. Garrison have 2,545, with either having 123.
Yes.
Shouldn't the EFF be concerned that instead of the game that CDC said they're playing, that Garrison will be taking more votes from EDF instead of Koga in district number 5? You want to, and look at district number 4 too, the same thing. So 5 and 4, Garrison took more votes from EDF than Coon in 2020. Is that going to be any different now in 2025?
I don't want to believe that those votes in 4, 5, and 6 are coming from EDF. That those are dominantly Gil belts. And
no, but we got to understand here though. In district number 4, go back to 2020.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to believe. Let's look at the numbers. EDF in district number 5, EDF have only 123 votes.
So I'm saying to you, if Garrison wasn't in the race 2020, the votes he got in district 4, district 5, and district 6 were going to Coon. They were not going to go to EDF. Garrison took the votes from Coon because that was strictly a tribal vote. That was strictly a tribal vote. They would not have come to EDF. So EDF had to do well to be able to get some Gil votes because those are predominantly Gil belts. 3, 4, and 5.
I don't know. Okay. You know what? So let me put this up. Maybe Paul Kennedy we can squeeze up here because we've already got to go. But this is very, very concerning, and I don't want to believe that argument because Jeremiah Coon won majority of the vote.
Sure.
In those districts, right?
Yeah.
And then you tell me, say, oh no, the one that Jeremiah Coon didn't get that went to Garrison,
they would not go to EDF. They would not go to EDF.
They mean that Jeremiah Coon was just going to massively destroy EDF.
Sure, I agree. Yes, that's it. If Garrison wasn't in the race, Coon would have dominated all the 36,000 votes there and would have got it and just beat EDF down the line.
So let's talk about district number 4 here. This is 2020, right?
Yeah.
Coon has 6,456. Garrison have 5,724. EDF have only
753.
So Garrison wasn't in the race. Don't you think they were going to help EDF more?
No. How would help her? Garrison vote was just the same vote as Coon because both of them are from the same tribal background. So there were votes that Garrison was taken away from Coon or Coon taken away from Garrison. He didn't have to do her work now in district 4, 5, and 6. If she didn't do her work there, then it would turn out bad for her again. There where she was very, very poor. District 4, District 5, District 6, 2020. There where she should have concentrated so that what she did in District 1 and 2, as well as District 8 and 9, she would have gotten something more, at least 1,000, the double digit. But she remained poor in District 4, District 3, and District 5. So if she didn't do a lot of work, or didn't do a lot of work there, the number will still go back to Garrison and Koga.
Okay, so let's so go ahead, Kennedy. Kennedy, go ahead.
Look, Isaac, now we have people who are really supporting EDF, like my friend Tai Wongbe.
Yes.
What is Tar's relationship with his district, and can he actually deliver that district to EDF?
I haven't monitored him like that in his district, but the fact that he's the incumbent, he will we and D in his district, and see that he can get some votes. Or it might be a little different for either in district, oh my God.
My man, we'll come back.
My man, I like the election analysis from Isaac. It's like
he
understands.
Yeah, but that thing, last minute to turn on internet giving Huawei, you shouldn't do that thing.
That will be another for us.
So Stanton, let me just inject a little bit of insight
Go ahead.
into the tribal lines voting in Nimba County. And it happens in other parts of Liberia. So you have Garrison, who's a Guild man, and Jeremiah Kuhn, who's a Guild man, right? So in that election, you kind of like have loyalists, people who are like bent on, they are loyal to Harrison, and there are folks who are Guild, but they are loyal to Jeremiah Kuhn. And it's also based on the makeup of that region, how the villages are together, how the districts are together, where people feel like they are more aligned to a certain part of Nimba than other part of Nimba, even though they are Geo people. And that's how you see Kuhn and Harrison, they almost split the vote, in one of these elections. And then Edith is doing so well. But if you look at the numbers now, it's going to go, because Edith being minor, she's going to attract most of the predominant minor votes. So I think what my brother is saying is she need to attract some of that Geo vote over. Harrison got in the past, Jeremiah got in the past, to increase her chances of actually upsetting Koga in this election.
But Isaac struck a point about the spoiler. Garrison has a history of really spoiling vote in that District 3. If you went back and saw the election in 2020 and saw how he did, he really caught up to the throat with Vice President Kuhn. So is he going to play the same? Because politics is dynamic, right? Not because he won the same 5,000. So I think the people are just sitting there waiting for him to come and win them back. No, that's not how it works, right? It depends on the work you've done and the level of stuff you've done. So the vote could increase, but there are also possibilities that it could decrease based on the new factors in the electoral process. So those are the new dynamics we need to watch out. Yeah, we need to watch for that tomorrow and see how that plays in.
And that's why when you listen to the vice president's message, he's asking them not to split the vote. They should put the vote behind Koga. They shouldn't give the vote to the other guys. That after the election, he will take Garrison to the president to find job for Garrison. So he's telling them don't split the vote. So give the vote to Koga so we can have a massive win and have a Gil person on the seat, so that after election we can take care of Garrison later after that. But don't split the vote now like you did in the past, because splitting the vote might affect the chances of Koga, because those are all Gil votes, and they will definitely vote for Gil Kennedy. So they might not want to vote for Edith, but if they have two other Gil sons, they must split the vote. So that's why the message is that don't split the vote, don't split the vote, don't vote.
I don't. But 2023, Kuhn promised the people that will vote against him, even in Nimba, they will not take the job on there, to the job on Garrison. So he promises that
call me naive, but I don't see this thing as Gil and Mano. I see this thing as Unity Party trying to dominate to get all the seats, to be able to be the one to make decisions.
No, for me, it's a balance stuff. I agree with the message. It's a balance stuff. You have two tribes. One tribe shouldn't dominate.
I don't see it about two tribes.
Did you say that when Kuhn was contesting as Guillaume?
Either broke that tradition 2011.
No, did you say it?
That Eden broke that tradition 2011 when she contested against Dolo.
Why it is true that they are using the tribal card to actually manipulate the process, making people to think it's tribal. It is not tribal. This thing has nothing to do with tribe. When this election is won and Koga or whoever wins go there, they're not going to be catering to a specific tribe. They're going to be catering one to their pocket and, of course, to their interest. And if their interest is Unity Party, they are not going to compromise the interest of Unity Party over whatever the people are doing there. How many times have you actually won an election and say, well, it is about the people over the party? The people are putting party over people in Liberia, and that's the clear reality. So I see it. And somebody say, the Mano senator is supporting. The Mano senator knows that he's going to be out in 2029. So the best he can do to get the Gil people vote is to make sure he aligns with them this time, so that 2029, they can't kick him out. That's the politics.
That's the politics.
But again, I want to say to all of you,
they hope that they will gain our vote in 2029. That's the debate.
That's right.
So I want to say to all of you, it was a beautiful.
So
I want to say to all of you, it was a beautiful show. Honorable Great, thank you very much. Nimba, thank you. Paul Kennedy, as always. Tomorrow will be the big election conversation. We hope we can start at 4 p.m., 8 p.m. Liberian time. Again, 8 p.m. Liberian time, we're going to go straight into gear. We're receiving our report, our results. Everything will be coming in. And I want to say to you, probably we're going to have a mini program while the election is going on as a startup. We really do appreciate all of you. Again, thank you very much for joining Spoon. We say have a pleasant night. We pray for the peaceful election. Honorable Carlos Great, thank you very much. My brother Fubi Harris, as always. Nimba, thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, it's good to see you, my brother. Thanks. And let's take Akaris Great off there from there. I fire smoke because I want to take Akaris Great off before you interrupt me. Okay, that's it. I think the best thing for all Liberians to do, right? Let's just hope for a peaceful election, okay? If anything happens in Nimba, it will affect the entire country. But I do believe, I feel good, Nelson, that the election will be very smooth. The election will be very, very quiet and peaceful. I feel good, right? People can say what they want to say. Somebody's going to win. And who said will win? It is what it is. We're going to wait for the next election. Everybody have crossed their T's. Everybody have darked their eyes. And left for you, the people of Nimba. Think before you vote. When you take your pen and you get your ballot, think. If you look at Edith, think, ask yourself, what will Edith do if I vote for her? When you stand there alone, don't let nobody rush you. Just think. Give it a deep talk and just say, what would this person do? Before you check on Edith, or you check on Garrison, or you check on Sam Koga, ask yourself, that 9 years you're checking for. Maybe you can say 8 years because 1 year gone already. But imagine somebody there for 8 years, for 7 years. You must examine anything that person do. It will be on you because you voted for them. So you really got to think, will they help with your children's school? Will they help to build up Nimba? Will they help with the hospitals and clinic? What kind of hospital in Nimba? Jassy have though, right? Right, Nelson? Yeah. Will they help to fight Asalamita and all the other mining companies? Will they really help? Or you just going to vote because you Gio, you must vote Gio. You Mano, you must vote Mano. Even if a bad person to bring, you say, I will vote the person just because of tribe. Don't do that. Vote somebody because you feel within yourself they will fix the county. You feel within yourself they will fight the system. They will hold President Baka accountable. They will demand that which belongs to Nimba. Don't vote because somebody that your tribe man, that your tribe woman. No. Vote because somebody want to do the right thing for the people of Nimba. Somebody want to fight for your children. They want to fight for your grandmother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather. They want to fight for them. They want to tell us, Salamita, we need our natural resources. We need our own gold, our diamond, our oil ores. Not somebody that will cause shaka and go take brown envelope. You have to think, my friend. If you go over there that you want to sell your voter registration card, that's your business. But remember, you're going to suffer for 8 years. If you're going to say because of my past friend and my man friend, or because you're a watchman for them, you will be watchman for 8 years. Or because you beg them, they give you one bag, correct? You will continue to beg for 8 years. Vote for a better Nimba. Vote like you are looking at your children going to bed tonight. No slippers, no clothes, nothing, no food. Vote and say, no, enough is enough. I don't need this. That's why you need to vote. You need to vote because you want a better life for Nimba, a better Nimba. 9 years as senator, not small thing. They will get in the black SUV. They will get a police security. Their children will be happy. Their family will be enjoying. What about you? It's your time. It's your time to say no to that person that destroyed Nimba. It's your time to say no to that person that never helped Nimba. It's your time to say no. It's your time to reject that corrupt individual that you think corrupt. I'm going to put a name. I'm going to put him up. If you are up with us and you're watching, take a look. You cannot blame Joseph Barker on this one, though. You cannot blame Joe Ware on this one. You will have to blame yourself. Look at Fangalo. With Fangalo face Nimba. Look at Mark Blewion. Look at Edith Gonglowe. Look at Dr. Gompu. Look at Samuel Koga. Look at Martina Kai Tengbe. And look at Garrison Yeru. They will be on that paper. They will. Who will you vote for? Who you think going to fix Nimba? Who you think love Nimba? Forget that they are Gio. Forget that they are Mandingo. Forget that they are Crown. Forget that they are B. Forget that they are Manon. Just think, can I trust them? Will they fight for this county? Prince Johnson suffered for Nimba, you know. Prince Johnson shared his blood. Prince Johnson shared his life. Prince Johnson said, it's only Nimba I know. And it was all, and today it's only about Nimba Kwado. Nimba we won. Nimba won people. It's not about anything else. It's about building a beautiful hospital where you don't have to come to town to go to one of these big hospitals. It's about building a beautiful institution, cottages, that when you leave Nimba, you travel anywhere in the world, people recognize your cottages. It's about businesses in Nimba. It's about a good banking system. It's about those good things, good roads. Don't vote because somebody begging you and they will forget about you tomorrow. No. Vote because of your children. Vote because of your environment. Vote because of your community. Vote because of the goodness of the people of Nimba. Vote because you need a fighter. So on this, I will leave this with you. Go to bed thinking, when I go to that polling station tomorrow, and when I enter and I take my ballot, I will sit there and look. Before I check, I will think. And when I make the decision to check on any one of these names, I will live with it for 9 years. And that's how you should vote. May God bless us all. May God bless the people of Nimba. And may God bless Liberia. As we pray for the peaceful election, wherever you are, go vote and go home. Don't create no problem. No politician you are fighting for, some of the children are in the country. No politician you're fighting for, they can get in the plane and leave today, but you cannot. If you cause trouble, you will suffer it. Some of the people will not free you. They will not even say hello to you. You will go to jail and you will be crying and begging for somebody to come help you. So vote, cast your vote, and go home quietly. Don't get involved in any problem. So for the entire Spoon Network, to the people of Nimba, have a peaceful election. And may God bless you all. Have a good night. Nelson, thank you. Have a good night, Nelson. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, folks, we want to say thanks again to all of you for being here with us tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks to the many of you who called in, sharing your thoughts in the comment during the call-in segment. We appreciate our many followers across the world as well. Those joining us on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Many thanks to our folks joining us across the country on the different frequencies as the program is being relayed by our affiliate radio stations. Thanks to all of the stations across the country: Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yaman in Seclipia, Nimba County, and Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and all the other radio stations for always relaying the program. We appreciate you. And thanks as well to the many of you who are still here with us. I see Lynn Lakpo, um, Vani Sharif, Gabriel Boema, my Jenny's son, Aaron Grams, Michael Sirleaf, my dear brother, thanks for joining us. Tino Momo, I see Peter Hammer, Lincoln Morris, Sise Abraham, Greatness, Sir Johnson Momo, that's Moses Colley, and all of you joining us tonight. We appreciate you. My Mo, Pierre Kimber, thanks for joining us tonight. We look forward to a great show tomorrow. As you know, tomorrow is a major day in the country, a crucial election ahead, and we're going to bring you a full coverage of the happenings tomorrow, and you can make up time to join us for Spoon Talk. But even before Spoon Talk, the Spoon Network is going to be very busy tomorrow, as we're going to bring you reports from across the country, from across the county, from across Nimba County. We're going to bring you the reports from the different parts of the county. Our correspondents that are posted across there, Diamond and the rest of the team. Is going to be a great broadcast tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. And I want to say to all of our folks, that due to the broadcast of coming up tomorrow, we sincerely apologize that we'll not be able to bring you the late night show tonight. The late night show will return tomorrow. We'll be here hopefully tomorrow with a great show. And so to all of our audience, ardent followers of the late night show, kindly bear with us that we wouldn't be able to bring you the late night show tonight. But I want to appreciate all of you for staying on with us, Josh Morris Jr., Ruth Goba, and to all of you, you can make up time to join us tomorrow. Until then, my name is Nelson Collet. Have a good night, and see you tomorrow.
The CEO stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the South Bend. On the beat. To get your information, to be Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.